Ready? All right, thanks. Welcome, everyone. We're looking at August 15th, 2022. Oh, camera's over here. 2022 MSA School Board meeting. So we're going to start with the workshop, which we have listed as 3 different topics for tonight. I'm not sure if this is going to last the full hour, but this is what we have listed right now. And then go on to the normal, we'll take a break, and then the normal board meeting 6:15. So I have listed on the workshop agenda for tonight, we have the sharing of our investigation results, and then the communication plan, and we can talk through that. And then we have board goals, strategic plan plus DEI, and executive director goals. Those latter two ones, at least the intention was that basically we would just have a chance to kind of, if you guys have any other ideas or comments or questions, we could speak about them. They're on our normal cadence, but we also just kind of finished those up here a couple of months ago. So yeah, just a chance to chime in if you guys have others. And I think the executive director goals was mislinked last time, if I recall. I think you put your survey results instead of the goals.
I think it should be the right one this time.
Yep, it looks like it's the right one this time. So another chance to just talk it through. Yeah, so the investigation results, sharing, discussion, and communication. So this has been going on now for a number of months, where we're trying our best to get some more information out to the public in a professional and appropriate manner. So I have emailed you guys separately. It's not in the board packet, and that was intentional. So I have a document that Mr. Beach, together with Ms. Dodge, and our attorneys have reviewed. So I don't plan on reading through it, but I'm hoping you guys, maybe if you have any comments or questions or concerns, we can talk through that now.
I have a couple comments.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, in the second paragraph, under A, the structure of and governance practices of the Board of Education. Is that supposed to be Board of Directors? Because the Board of Education is something different.
Yeah.
What was that?
Can you say that?
The second
paragraph under A, and it's repeated again in
Yep,
Board of
in the
Education.
third
following.
line,
Yeah.
under C.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Should be Board of Directors.
Board of Directors?
Yeah, I think so, right?
Yeah, it should be.
Randy, are you okay to take notes on this? Are you able to edit yours?
Yep, I'll add mine.
Okay.
There we go. I'll fix that right now. Thank you. You said there's another one, Jen?
Just about two
In that
sentences
same-
down, or two.
Oh,
It's in
I see it.
this,
Yep.
yep, after C, the first one.
Good catch.
Thank you. Okay. I saw one, this was probably written in an optimistic, saying the board approved at the August 2022 board meeting. So I think we most likely will.
Well, that's, we can always, if
Yeah,
not.
if
right?
need be, just, we modified that one, but I expect that this is on the elections policy. So I think one overall comment, believe it or not, this kept getting smaller and smaller, which I think is good, right? So, because we're talking about how do we get this information out, and if it was too long, it's probably not useful for most people. So now we are at 6 pages, which still, to me, seems like a lot, but if you think about it, it's just one page kind of summarizing, and then it's 5 pages of action plans and follow-ups, so maybe that is an appropriate amount. What are you guys thinking?
I think it's clear, I like actions taken and planned, and then the time for it. I think that's nice and concise and structures it nicely. Easy to read that way to me.
Cody, any thoughts?
Same thing with the Board of Education versus Board of Directors. I wasn't sure if that was a new thing we were.
I think that
There's
is.
no
Well,
typo.
And then it says Board of Education Structure and Governance in the gray part on
Yeah,
top
it
of the
does.
first.
Page 2, right?
Oh.
Oh,
Well, it's not supposed to be the Board of
no, it
Education.
shouldn't have been.
We've always referred to ourselves as the Board of Directors. I typically hear of Board of Education like the higher.
Well, that's
Minnesota,
are we
like
trying to,
Minnesota.
No.
like, match the Board of Education? No.
No.
It was just a mistake.
Maybe this was a template.
It could have been, I think. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Cecilia's working with somebody on this.
Mhm. And just like, here's a good template.
Yeah.
I like it. And just didn't change that part maybe.
So here's an observation. I don't think we necessarily need to change this. I kind of like it, and I like the fact that it's kind of shrinking, because we started with something that was probably pretty massive and kind of difficult to follow. And this is kind of our first step, so it's all good. But eventually, I'm looking at this going, we want to avoid, solutions that are check the box, right? So my comment in further, some of the other discussions we're going to have is we want to be careful that the solution isn't always training.
Mhm.
Oh, we hired someone to train us. Okay, that's the solution to change the culture of this organization, is to hire someone to train us. And we had that discussion in the last board meeting, which is at some point in time, and I don't know if it just gets added to one or two of these, saying, we are also developing a plan and how we're going to integrate this training into that universal solution
Yeah.
to address some of this. And that might be step two. I'm not saying that we need to put it on the very first iteration of this, but just something to consider in the future.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, right? We don't want to just check the box here. I'm trying to think, this one, if I'm putting myself in the kind of the public shoes, we've been talking about investigation for going on a year now, probably a year, over a year. And then we finally got it, let's say, second quarter this year. So now we're already in the third quarter. So I kind of feel like I like to get something out there, even if it's not 100% polished, just to kind of say, here's kind of our statement.
Yeah, no, I'm not suggesting we change it. And actually, I'm not suggesting that isn't the first step. That is the first step,
Yeah.
right? It's like Bloom's taxonomy of kind of learning. You start with understanding, and then you take it into implementation and reflection and all those other things. And I just don't want to lose sight of that.
Yep.
So,
Yep, no, I think you're right.
Do
I
you
wonder if
think-
we can capture that under the governance, committee, where we have a little list of things that we want to work against, and maybe when we talk about that subject, we can see if we captured that, or if we didn't, then we can add it.
and I know it fits in some other conversation, so I think it'll come up again. There will be an appropriate time to say, oh yeah, this is the box it fits in, and this
Yeah.
is the person
Yeah.
or whatever we're going to do. So, like here.
Yeah.
So, and Maggie, you're generally good with?
Mhm.
So then I guess the next question is, what's the best way to get this out? Any thoughts or ideas?
I just have one more question.
Yeah, go ahead.
In a lot of the boxes, it says began such and such and continues. Do you think that makes it sound like we're just kind of continuing? I don't know, like it doesn't really,
It's non-specific.
yeah, it's not specific, and it's like, well, what does that mean? And continues? Because it's in
Do
a
you
lot
like-
of these.
Beginning, and then do
Like,
you think
I want
we need
resolution.
another, right, do you
Or-
think we need another column?
Maybe,
I don't know.
Or date.
But is that checking the box?
yeah.
And I don't know what happened last August in 2021, but some of it's just, it's ongoing, just that these practices continue, I think that's what it means.
Do you like ongoing?
Because it's like, we always have to be cognizant of, how we're reacting to certain situations and stuff, that it's not just, oh, we did it once and we don't have to do it anymore. It's like,
That's true.
we fixed it here, and now it's continuing or ongoing, that we're,
Well,
making sure that we are compliant or following through on whatever it is.
Okay.
but sometimes it says beginning, sometimes it says began and continues.
Right.
So one, I'd prefer
The
two if it was
consistency.
consistent.
Right.
Like if it was,
Especially
I
if
like
it was-
ongoing myself.
Yeah,
Beginning and ongoing.
right, like you've developed the process
Okay.
and it's ongoing. And then maybe at some point it could just come off the chart,
Right.
as this is now
Resolved.
established
Established.
as a policy.
I guess you're bringing up a good thought, because in my mind, and maybe I'm not seeing this quite correctly, my mind is almost like getting some something out to the public official, you know what I mean? So that's one step. And then we have the governance committee and we have the other things that the board is working on. That would be the normal course of kind of updates that way.
Okay.
And that's what I'm thinking, as opposed to continuing to go back and update this document.
Right.
The way I see this is laying out what the kind of the findings were in a nice, easy to understand way. And then, by the way, here's the things we've been working on, which some of them they know and some of them the public maybe doesn't know. I think that August 2021 is probably when, you know, Ms. Dodge kind of came back and started putting things into place, because I think we were anticipating some of the findings before we got the results back. So, so I think, but I'm open to different interpretations. I guess I would like to see something put out here in the next few weeks if we can all agree that this is close enough. And then it's a fair question to say, what's the right way to continue to update it? Is it the documents? Is it this document? Because we can certainly go back and update this one too as we go through.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Well,
I think like your, you know, your dashboard and the things, that's kind of showing continually what we're working on.
Yeah, that, in my mind, I was thinking that that was the more live document that we would
Okay.
every month.
So this is
kind
the
of-
one thing that's
This is
going
like a
out,
one, not a one and
and then
done, but it's,
some of this will be on your
Yeah,
dashboard.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
Well, some will be on yours,
Right,
that's
yeah.
administration. And then we decided to create a separate dashboard, which I didn't like, but I think it makes sense because we have some board-specific things that doesn't fall under the administration. So we separated it out to have a board dashboard for DEI.
Okay.
And part of it might sound better if we said, well, we said beginning fall. Well, what began? Training began as of whatever. We will have more sessions coming up during this
Yeah,
month.
that's,
You know, a
that's
couple
okay.
extra
Yeah,
phrases,
that's true.
like began April 2022 and continues. Okay, what began and what is continuing?
More specifics.
Yeah,
Yeah, that sounds good.
2 sentences instead of
Yeah.
4 words. Might help.
So like committee, like I'm looking at the third one.
Yep.
Committee was formed in June 2022. Monthly meetings started in August
Yeah.
2022. Like,
Yeah.
that's more information
Yes.
right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So for all the ones where we literally have the date and continues, let's make it 2 sentences, right?
Okay, I can reach out and figure out what
Yeah.
that was. Okay.
I mean, I think you know, it's just a matter of we just
Right,
expand
what
the
was,
description.
yeah, sounds good.
So what I'm hearing is, and we'll have a vote on it later in the meeting, but general alignment that something like this is okay to put out. The format is reasonable for kind of general consumption of folks. It has been vetted by our attorneys insofar as a fair representation of the findings, so,
So your first question, or second one, is, and then how do we get it up?
yeah.
Well, and should it remain out? Or is this like, we've sent it out, or is this something we want to have on the website? I don't know. Is this better as an email? Is this better as a
I
mailing?
think so, yeah, I think it's, we owe it to the families that were here.
Okay.
Right? I don't know about incoming, because they weren't part of, you know, the communication that went out.
Sure.
I don't know, that's my thought.
That's a good question. I guess, yeah, do we have a distribution list of existing and, I mean, after they've graduated, you could kind of say maybe that doesn't make sense, but I would almost include the incoming, even though they weren't
It's-
necessarily
It get
related.
brought up, but
just
we
so
can do
that
a
they know.
Skyward email.
Yes.
And it has all our families on it right
Yeah,
now.
yeah. I think an email makes sense. I don't know, like, the website, does that make sense to have a link, like, maybe under the board page, notes,
Yeah.
minutes, I don't know.
That sounds good. I don't know if anybody will look at it.
Well,
Sure.
But we have it
Right
there.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a bad thing.
More communication is better, I think.
Right.
But then it's open to the public though,
It is.
rather than a targeted audience.
Got
I
it.
think the targeted audience I like, but the reality is once it's emailed out, it can go
Yeah,
anywhere.
but-
So any PDF can be shared to anyone, so, but it's more public if it's on the website. Because I was thinking you could almost send out a link, you know, and say here.
Oh, yeah.
Right, that's what I think, email.
Yeah, an
it might
email
get
with
to
a
the
link.
website.
To
Yeah.
the website.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And we could put a time limit on it if we feel more comfortable with that, say it'll be up for a certain amount of time. But to be honest, once it's out, I don't really know that it hurts anything if
Mhm.
it's, just stays out like our board meeting minutes do.
Yeah, it's
What about
public, it's
putting-
public information to begin with.
What about,
Yes.
yes, what about
Yes.
putting it in the board packet for this month? Just an idea.
The link, that makes sense.
I'm saying,
Or the next.
so that would be a spot where we could capture then that way it's public,
Yep.
Yeah,
but,
and that makes sense. And then, do you then put it on the website and link it in the
yeah,
board update?
yeah,
Okay,
maybe.
that makes sense.
It's okay for you guys? So we'll be sitting in the board documents folder then? Or it's already there right now?
It's there right now.
Yeah.
Then I'll make these changes and I'll get a little bit more detailed in some of the outcomes.
Okay.
And then I'll get that PDF'd and we'll get it on the website and then
Then
you
we'll-
can put that in the,
I
I
almost-
can link it from your.
Okay, yeah, I almost think it should go out in the monthly update that we normally have.
Okay.
And this is a proposal, so we would normally have a monthly update and then there'd be a link in it this time, right?
Yeah.
And say that we're kind of finally sharing some of the information, the board has vetted it, whatever we want to say. And then put the link there so people can see it, click it if they want to, yeah.
If it's more accessible by the public, you'll probably want to put even in a footer or header to better identify what this document is.
The school,
Yeah, just the school or a date too.
Yeah.
I mean, we should have, definitely have a date, just so they know.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. Because technically, you think you lock it down in a PDF, but really don't.
yeah. Can you help add a date?
Yep, I'll do it right now.
And does it make sense to put it on our school's header? Letterhead?
We can. It's a little bit more formal.
Well, I mean, it actually shows ownership, so if someone decides to do something with it we don't like, we'll say, this is obviously ours, we have our name on it. That's not.
Should I put today's date, August 15th then?
Sure.
Go with that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep, and I'll put it on letterhead then.
yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to be this formal too, but on more important documents, you might even say, this, like this is one of 7 pages. Just so that people
okay.
don't start removing things.
Yeah.
and-
Yeah.
I know, it's kind of weird, but
One thing to think about is if we put it out on the website, then it is possible you guys may be contacted, by the press for follow-up, right? So we had, a year ago, some questions came out.
yeah, we'll be sure to give it to you.
Thank you, yeah.
I think that's what you're asking, right?
No, but I'm just saying, so
You
that's,
want it.
if we had an email, I think that's less likely. If we put it on the website, it's more likely perhaps
Could be,
that,
right.
that we'll get some follow-up things in the coming weeks, yeah. Good. But I think we've gone through as much preparation as we can. In the past, we had a discussion where we'd go to Cecilia. I'm not trying to pass the buck, but do you want it or do I, or does it matter on the question?
I'm fine. You mean if there's questions?
If it comes to you, you can say you get a hold of me,
Sure.
and I can do the same if it's an administrative question, I guess, so.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I
All
mean,
right.
Part of it was the process too, if we wanted kind of the one place to store them all too. I mean, we should be not worried, but have a process so that, let's say you have a couple inquiries, some come to Randy, I mean, we want that place
Yeah.
that holds them all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just because we don't want to forget to respond to one accidentally,
Yeah.
so.
So let's work together if something
Sounds good.
comes up. Okay. Any other questions on this one? Okay. And the next one was kind of just open for us if we wanted to discuss anything that, are we meeting the board goals is on an annual plan to be revised. We happen to have already done that a couple of months ago between the strategic plan and now we've added the DEI section. So I guess it's just an open discussion if you guys see anything you want to have changed, the way we're doing it.
Was there anything to look at?
Should
Should I look at something?
so the strategic plan, we just had those three pillars, if you will, those
Right.
3 buckets. Remember where
Okay.
we had supporting the mission and vision 3 different ways? which is kind of how Randy structured his goals, so you could probably look at that one. And then the DEI section, I'm open to feedback if there's another way for us or a better way for us to manage that DEI. The diversity, equity, inclusion section, which we currently, that's a new one, right? We've added now in the past few months. So if there's any way we can be doing that, we've done a couple of months of updates now, if there's anything we can do better there. If you want to, well, do you want to start with the DEI one? Just, I mean, we have the dashboard update, which had listed, you can click on that one if you want. I don't know, Amanda, if you want to, I don't know if anyone's following from home, but if you go to the DEI section under the dashboard, please.
I guess I don't really.
Number 13, I think it is. Keep
Oh,
going
yeah,
down.
13A.
13, there you go. AI. Yep, that's the one. Uh-huh. Thank you. So, I mean, we don't have to go through the update, but in terms of the process or format, or, I mean, maybe, Jeff, to your question, do we have captured, enough around the what's next, So we have, this was an attempt, I have committees training and best practices of trying to look at the ones from the findings that were DEI related and board related. And I just put them into 3 buckets of committees training and best practices. So I've listed training as in progress, but not quite yet on track. But it's a little bit subjective in my mind which color I'm putting them on, but I'll explain my coloring.
So is this just, we're supposed to be talking about what the board should be doing, or just the school as a whole, as far as this?
Yeah, good question. I guess,
Because the only thing I thought of is sometimes there's like guest speakers that come and speak to all the kids, and I wondered if that's something we would be interested in doing.
as a
Or-
board or bringing someone to the school?
Bringing someone to the school to just talk to kids
Yeah, yeah.
about different races or different,
I think this is more board goals.
okay, so it's more, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's where my head is at too, because I was
Okay.
trying to keep one. I like the idea of one dashboard,
Okay,
and I couldn't see how it fit. It was too much force fitting, because some of them were yours within administration, some were board.
okay,
So I tried to pull out the stuff that's board.
okay.
And yeah, so I think that's fair. Maybe like we could suggest to the administration, here's somebody that we think would be great
Okay.
for them to bring, but the administration is probably the one that needs to prioritize and decide. you
Okay.
know. Whereas for us, like, we need to bring in a data practice, that's still on my list. I think once we seat our board, that'll be one.
Oh, okay,
We have
Okay.
Paula Forbes, who we've said we will hire and have hired. We have a date for the administration that I believe we're invited to. But then I'd like to talk through a couple of workshop sessions for us to have her come as well.
for Paula?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So that would be kind of training for
Is that
us.
later in the agenda we're talking about?
It is, it is.
Yeah, we'll bring it up.
Okay.
But I'm trying to answer your question.
Okay.
I think we need to kind of focus on what's the board's
What the
responsibility
board
in
is
terms
doing.
of
Okay, okay.
governance
I was
and
just
policies.
confused.
Maybe that's gonna be a really good goal, since the governance committee is new, is to get that up and running, maybe a really good goal as far as for the board, is getting our governance
Yep,
committee
yep.
up and running and addressing.
Yeah, so plug out there for anyone listening, we have a governance committee and we need people. So right now
Yeah.
I think it's me officially and Randy sat in, yep. And,
Is
but anyways,
Is there a mission statement for that committee yet?
for the governance committee, you know what, I was meant to check that on the website. I don't think so. At least I didn't add
Yeah,
anything yet.
that's something we should do.
Yep.
What are we doing, you know?
Yeah.
Is that something we want to work on right now, or do we give that to the committee to come back with?
That's a good question.
Well, I mean, if we don't have any more feedback on the board goals or this DEI, then we have the administrative ones, and then I would be happy if we had a few extra minutes to talk through how we can manage the governance. Yeah. So anything else for the board one? Strategic plan or DEI?
I think my only comment would be like, maybe we should make this one MSA BOD diversity, equity, and inclusion goals. So it's clear that these are just for the board and that we have other things going on.
That's a good one. That's a good point. 'Cause
It's
I was
very clear that
confused.
it's just, these are
Yeah.
for the board. And that the admin might have other ones or,
I did some research, so
Okay.
in our new binders, there's some
Okay.
stuff if that works. So,
do I get a binder?
Yeah, I have one for you. It's that one right there, that Dennis.
Oh, this is Cody's? Here you go, Cody, I have your
Yeah.
back.
Is there something in there? Here's mine. Okay.
It's under the yellow tab.
Yellow tab?
Under the yellow tab, if you go to, there's a board committees sheet there. And then on that second page, it's under yellow, there's board committees, there's a, I put together a purpose for the governance committee. Next one.
Did you found this somewhere?
Yeah, I was doing some
Good.
checking it out, some research. Right on the back side is Doug's. Yep. That captures what we're trying to accomplish. I looked at the Minnesota School Board Association and some other.
Yeah, so let's come back to it, but I'm happy to take this one, but I think it's a separate topic, just to be fair to the agenda.
Okay.
So, yeah, anything then for Randy's objectives?
I know, Jen, you had some questions.
Well,
I
I
want to
did-
say you missed July, but in June you asked some questions.
I know,
think
and I
that's why we
should-
put it back on, right, Dan?
Yep, I think so.
Well, so we did a survey of the interim executive director from the community, and I just wondered if you had a chance to look at that and maybe incorporate some of the issues into your goals. Like one of them was, I don't even know who the director, I never see that. So something like that, and then put it in here as, I'm gonna walk around and try to meet people. That's just an example.
These goals were created before I started.
Okay,
I think this is something they put together and had presented to the board in June.
okay. Have you had a chance to,
I read through these.
okay. We never approved them,
No, they haven't.
so
done
I
it
was
yet.
kind of hoping you would take a look at it and,
Mhm.
you know, with your experience, share what you think the goals should be.
Okay.
What do you guys think?
Well, I mean, there is the one example, I don't know if you just said it now, but you've talked about in the past. So one has always been communications in general. It's
Yeah.
how the school communicates with parents, stakeholders, or whatever. And that's not covered here. Now, that's kind of a difficult one because it encompasses everything. And it's, I don't know, I don't see it as a huge strategic goal, but it kind of is. So,
Yeah.
but that was pointed out. I mean, that and really kind of the organizational culture that was pointed out. And like you said, what was the third one that you said was
Oh,
just
visibility.
visibility.
And if you look under, it's on page 2, it does say communication.
Communication was-
Yep, it's
Well, I
like
know,
a
I
recent
mean,
report in
it's-
MSA, but I don't know if it's,
Right, but I mean, it's focus area is communication, but the SMART
Oh, okay.
goals is very specific
okay.
to transparency with
More
students,
towards
specific to the
investigation.
investigation.
Right.
Right.
I'm
Yes.
talking about communications, whether it
Yeah.
touches upon the website, how we communicate, you know,
Right, more broad.
yeah, is it working that we're sending the daily updates by email? And we always try to do better, not to bury people in information, but to make sure we reach everyone possible. And,
Mhm.
you know, it touched upon the calendar for a while, and then we were able to fix that. And, but there are missing things in the website still that kind of phase 2, we should integrate and make that part of our strategy. Like for instance, I haven't looked at it in terms of activities, but that was kind of a big one, right? Activities in terms of what each of the activities are, who the advisor is, what do they do, when do they meet, and can you letter in it? I mean, maybe some simple thing like that. And And that might have been updated by now, I don't know. But that's been a point where we allowed each advisor to do some of that without a template. And it was just very difficult for people to digest because it was all over the place.
If the board's okay, I can take these and then think outside of just the investigation. And some of this may, and then put something more, it's gonna be for the whole year
That would be great.
that we could work on if you're okay.
Something that's tailored to what you think, and looking at the surveys and
And then bring that in
staff,
September.
yeah.
So I like it. I think the one thing I would caution is, we have identified strategic priorities, right? So if you can kind of keep it in there.
Don't go off into the
Yeah.
weeds, keep it
So
those
if we're
3
saying,
areas,
it looks like we've got listed here the organizational support, of the mission and vision. And then here we've listed, or was listed climate, and you have some SMART goals, but maybe adding additional, on the communication, not the climate. Under the communication one, if you were to add something there, say, I have a passion about communicating this. I remember during your interview, you had some different examples of different things you'd like to do. Include those in there. It's only going to help the school under this communication, but that's how you help tie it back to what we're at.
Okay.
And it could turn out that in terms of priority and importance, it could be kind of your tier 2. We don't want it to fall off the table, and maybe it's not important as the 3 pages we have here, but very important that we'd like to achieve long-term over the next year.
Right.
And take those baby steps of communications.
Timing wise, I think we're good, right? We have a great start on it. You come back in September, we kind of approve it, if you will.
Sounds good.
Then we do a survey,
This is kind of our
I think it's
discussion part, so
December.
next, because this is really discussion, then we'll go back with
Yeah.
approval next month. Okay.
the survey, which I think we can tailor the questions to be more aligned with these kind of, mission and vision
Okay.
topics.
And as you mull through even the ones that are listed, next step of digging in are more specificity about the metrics. So here, SMART goals, implement culturally responsive instruction, increase inclusion of student voice, student-led learning. How are we going to measure that?
That's a SMART goal, it's measurable, so
Right.
that should include the measurement.
So I love the statement. So now the next thing is how do we know we're going to be successful by the end of the year? And actually, there's some presented in this document, so they're already good metrics. But we want to make sure it's not just train. And there's some that we need to start tracking data because we don't track it. So it's almost impossible to figure out if we've gotten better because we have no benchmark to work against.
It's totally true.
And then others, I cannot see how we would even measure it, but I love the concept, so we just
Okay.
have to
Make sure it's
put it in
smart.
our super and so figure it out.
Just a processing request. Can you help with like a red line edit? I don't want to sound like a micromanager, but if things are missing, I will not notice.
Yeah.
So if I can just see it stricken through, I can say, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, sounds good.
Is that all
I
right?
agree.
No, that makes sense. We should do that anyway.
Because it may be on there for a good reason that didn't translate through the document right.
Okay, yep, I'll do that.
Any other questions? Good discussion, good plan.
Yes.
Feel comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm okay if you guys, we have a few more minutes if we talk governance. You're okay to add an extra topic to the workshop? Jennifer, Cody, you guys
Yeah,
okay with that?
yeah.
Okay. So thanks, Randy, for bringing this. I think it made my mind, and I never got any further than that. Just that we need to have something in the governance. As you guys know, I think I kind of just took governance because we needed somebody to take governance, but I'm happy to help until we find someone who's better suited to do it. or
What
better-
color tab are we
So
looking
we're
at?
on yellow, a couple pages in. And, my first reading
The
of
first
this, I
page
think
says board
sounds pretty
committees.
good.
Keep going.
Yep, and then the second page.
Oh,
On the back there.
okay.
So the governance committee, I'll just read it out for those following at home, is responsible for maintaining proper board composition, ensuring the board governs effectively. This committee drives a comprehensive board self-assessment process, fosters the development of new and existing board members, manages board member recruitment, and nominates candidates for officer positions. So I think that sounds great. I think there's a lot of things in there that we're weak on, if I'm honest, right? Things that just kind of flow, and sometimes are probably more strong or not. So putting some structure around it, I think, makes sense. I think the investigation had a number of findings where governance is not our strong suit, so we need to beef that up a little more. So Here you've got officer of the board is the leader with help from the director. Works with the board of directors, authorizers, teachers, parents, community members. Yeah, held once a month. I think that sounds about right. The chair of this committee needs to plan, run, and report the findings of the committee. Members need to attend and volunteer for tasks, and members vary according to the need and availability. So, yeah, did we miss anything with that? No.
The only thing I'd say is where it says, manages board member recruitment and nominates candidates for officer positions. That's that falls under
The whole board?
the election committee. They're the ones who,
Yeah, part of that's kind of election committee.
yeah,
And
I
I can
don't know
take
if
that
that
out, I
would
just
be.
looking.
Well, or does the
Okay.
election committee become a subcommittee of the governance committee, or is that wrong? I don't know.
think that would,
I
it
don't know.
seems totally different.
I don't know.
Did you like it?
I don't know how we really.
We never had.
I think in the
past.
election
Right, we've never
policy,
had-
the committee is a self,
Sure.
like, its own entity.
Sure.
But we could, like, because right now we ran into a time where we're finding members to replace current seats. And then the election committee is kind of like a slightly separate process. So we could maybe reword it so it's, the governance committee is doing that, but then that's still kind of, yeah, to bring back to the whole board, kind of like that situation right now.
Nominates candidates for officer position. I think that's more of a board thing.
Yeah, I don't
not-
think,
Not a government.
that's almost like a self-nominated.
But I can see the discussion saying, maybe the governance committee is the one that helps us with the, the cadence of the personnel surveys, the elections as they come. You know what I mean? That could fall under the governance committee, which is just, the governance committee will come back and say, right, now it's September, we need to do this, we need to get, because we've dissolved a number of committees to try to streamline things in a month or two back, right? And some of them was also a recommendation that we were not doing some of those committees quite right. So that's why those were also dissolved. So right now, we don't have an election committee per se, right? I mean, it would
Well,
be
because
as
it's
needed.
seasonal.
Yeah, that's right, as needed.
Right.
true.
I think the governance committee could, like, when we have to fill people in the middle of a term, that would be might be appropriate for them to handle that, because we kind of not entirely sure what we're doing. We're sending out emails, but like, I don't know if there's a specific person in charge of it as far as in the paperwork.
Right, because if someone resigns or whatever mid-year, we're not gonna put the election committee back together.
Right.
Well, our bylaws
Something will
actually-
come from the governance,
Yeah.
that would probably make sense.
Okay.
The bylaws say we replace, we get names and replace
Right.
from a
So
board
then
vote, not
instead
a
of-
whole community vote, so.
So instead of officer position, should it be nominated candidates for the board as needed, something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because, right,
Yeah.
Well, we should keep in mind that this might be a little more directed to an organization and a board that's a little larger. I mean, we're only 9 and we're full, and here it is, the governance committee is a subset of the board anyway. So all you're doing is pre-assigning work, and when it comes along, then you have someone to do it within the committee.
yeah.
That helps.
So we would, right now, we would have finance, governance, and expansion. Those are the three. And then as needed,
Election.
maybe election and maybe the survey, depending on how you want to do that,
Or does the survey fall under governance? Or is that its own thing?
I thought the survey fell under personnel.
but that doesn't exist right now. We dissolved that one. So the question is,
Okay,
do we,
well,
okay.
I think we need to list election committee as as a
As
committee,
needed, sure.
and then just inactive
Kind of an ad hoc.
until it's
Ad
time,
hoc committee.
or, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That's a
And
lot
just
of
say
work.
no report
That's
this
a lot of
week or
work.
something.
You know,
Yeah.
election
oh,
together.
sure, but,
What about policy? Are we gonna have a policy committee again or not? Because right now we didn't because,
governance, I think, didn't we talk about policy goes under governance?
And that
So-
would make sense, because it does.
It could, you know, if we want to keep the
We can
number
work
of
on
people
this a
small.
little bit, I can work on this, we can work on this a little bit more, let's
Okay.
define the purpose of it.
Okay, but I think it's great, we should update the website with it, because we have an update this month, but it was a meeting with yourself, Randy, myself, our authorizer and attorney. But I would like to have, we would all like to have public meetings as soon as we can, so I was hoping this month we could start with that public meeting. So,
It's part of the
yep,
conversation, and add
Yeah.
in the policy part.
yeah,
of
we
it,
could
too.
have a draft, purpose, leadership, and, yep, good. So
This is
maybe when
starting
we
point.
have the monthly update, maybe we could put out a call for people
Okay.
if they want to help us with governance. We have to try to sell that
Put that
one.
on
Yeah. Good. Did you change the other ones, the finance and,
No, those are right from the
Okay.
website.
okay.
And the same expansion, I kept those the same.
Yep. That looks correct. The school expansion hasn't changed, right?
And it- yeah, 'cause we have those.
So for those following at home, explore MSA school expansion plans, target a move-in date 2024-25 school year. Identify the maximum potential of our current location, investigate what a new site could look like, and a combination of both. And utilize MTH services as necessary, and they're all represented.
I just changed MTH, because I think
Yeah.
it said we had JD Bank in there.
That's right, yep.
School expansion, oh.
Should I read the finance one too? Just
Sure, sure.
I'll read that one. The purpose of the finance committee is to oversee the school's budget, to address financial issues, and ensure the flow of financial information. The finance committee has a responsibility for working with the director and the contracted financial manager to create the upcoming school fiscal year budget for the school, present budget recommendations to the board, monitor implementation of approved budget on a regular basis, and recommend proposed budget revisions.
Sounds about right. So I think these sound good. I like the idea of having a meeting later in August for the governance committee, see who we can get come in and we spruce it up and then finalize it for the website. I had one other topic that we might as well knock off if you guys are okay with it, and that was the Paula Forbes training for us. The one proposal that you and I talked about, Randy, was that maybe she could do a couple of one-hour sessions as workshops for us.
Actually had a meeting with her this morning,
Okay.
or this afternoon, and I brought that up, it's like 2-hour trainings, and she said she could come in 2 consecutive board training meetings, then it's already on your schedules, it's not an extra day, because it's nice to have everybody here. So if that's okay, I don't know what we have for our workshops, she could do September, October, November, I could just do a 2-part, 1 hour, 1 hour.
Yeah, that sounds great.
So I told her I'd just get back to her and let her know
So,
what month
I
she's.
like it as long as we're not like kind of missing out on anything. So it's, I
Right.
mean, it sounds great from a schedule wise because we should already have the board meetings on. So if she can break it into like 1 hour intervals, that's perfect. And the only other thing was the data privacy training.
Data privacy. I don't think there's any, because I think we do data privacy every year.
Yep. And I have it as the annual board training of data privacy, that waiting until a full board is seated. So I think I would recommend that we do the Paula one first, maybe a couple of those sessions.
So do September, October.
Or we could, depending on her schedule, we could do one, then data privacy, and then the second one, but something like that.
Is there a time frame for the, like,
No, it just,
for the data privacy
we
one?
just have it on our calendar to do it annually, so.
Okay.
I think it was quite helpful last time, right? I mean, I think we had a lot of questions, it probably could have used more than an hour. So for the new board members, it's gonna be brand new, and then for us, we probably still have questions, so.
I'm wondering if we need to get that one first though, just because we have new members that might not know all the rules that we need to follow.
But maybe check with Paula and see her schedule. We have the board meeting, so have her pick in the next few months what
Okay.
looks good for her schedule.
Okay.
And then find,
Because there's a lot of little things that you don't even realize, like, oh, that's a data privacy issue.
yeah,
So,
yeah, sure. Yeah, they're both very important topics, right? So we want to get them both done. So the alternative would be a separate session which we paid for a couple hours, right, of training for the board. If we can do it in this one, I'm thinking that's great, yeah. In this format of workshops.
Just keep in mind though that if we break it up 3 months, September, October, November, I mean, it's the end of the year already, so.
Yeah,
I'm not opposed to having either one or all of them be a special training day.
This is why we
The
have
way
to
you
I
run
am.
school. We're trying to
It's
cram
hard
in
for
all
me.
this training.
I understand.
to do weekends, cause kids, so I mean, it's possible, but it's been, when we have to move things, I have the worst time
Yeah.
making it match with everybody else,
I
so.
mean, yeah, hopefully, yeah, if we did it before a board meeting, that would,
That, to me, is more, it's
So let's see
easier
if
for
that's
me.
possible.
okay.
And if she has some conflict schedule, we can bring it back and we can entertain a special session,
Yeah.
okay?
Sounds good.
As long as we're still getting kind of, my opinion is as long as we're still getting a good training, and if she has to break it up and we're missing something,
She said that works.
it works, okay, good.
Or if we need to actually, for our first workshop, make it a little longer,
Yeah.
just to,
We
you
can
know,
come
to
a
start
little
off.
earlier, maybe.
For-
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just for that first one,
Good.
to jumpstart it.
Sure,
Okay.
yeah.
yeah. And then we have a date, was it August something?
August 30th is with staff, and the board's welcome to come to that one. It's gonna be equity training from 9 to noon on August 30th.
30th,
It's a
okay.
Tuesday. And then we're grilling as a staff, and you're welcome to stay and talk with staff members from 12 to 1, I think it is, Lenny. So if you wanna come to it and stick around and hang out and visit with
Now,
some staff members.
we're not making any decisions, so I believe it's okay if the whole board
Right.
shows up, right?
It is, yeah, right, yeah.
What are you grilling?
What would you want?
Yeah.
Well, we should make sure.
No, I think that'll be good, so everyone who can make it,
Right.
please do, and then when we seat the rest of the board, talk about the August 30th opportunity.
Yeah.
So, 9 to noon.
Yep, and most of the new board members will be there already. I mean, 3 of them.
Ah,
'cause
yeah,
it's
true,
staff.
for this, right?
They
Yeah.
better be. No, just kidding.
Anything else? We covered a few of our topics for later, so that's good. That's good if we break
Oh,
at.
Did we want to talk about, you had some concerns with, do we want to do Jennifer's email earlier?
Oh, about the agenda? Do we want to
Well,
talk
we
about
have
that now?
time,
or
right?
during-
We can. You had the question on
The question about the consent agenda, I
Ah,
wonder
yeah.
if you filled the position for the Spanish.
Yes.
Okay, so shouldn't
Last
it be on the
week.
consent agenda, or?
Well, it was filled late.
Yeah, it's filled
Oh, okay.
after it, I think,
So
yeah.
it didn't make the agenda.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Agenda, but it's-
But that's
Afterwards,
great.
yeah, before we sent it up. But yeah,
Okay.
we hired a Spanish teacher, so
Good.
we hired every
Awesome.
position.
Do you wanna,
That's
so when we change it, maybe we'll just add that in there, that way it's. the
Yes,
board
so we-
approved.
so she just came in today and signed, so.
Oh, wonderful.
So,
Okay.
it wouldn't be on the HR yet, so it'd be in next month, but we're filled, which is so nice.
Yeah.
Because so many schools are struggling to get teachers.
So actually, I thought the question you were asked about the consent agenda is the one item on the calendar, but you didn't describe what the minor correction
Oh,
was.
you know, what?
It was just the end of
The
the semester.
September, the September date, the semester end date said, January like 15th, it's supposed to be, it was a wrong date. So we just missed it. So I just, on the description at the bottom, it's right on the top, but underneath it had just the wrong
Wrong
date.
date.
So it was just a quick, it's supposed to be
Oh,
whatever it is.
okay.
So it was supposed to be, I don't know, whatever, it's supposed to be like, I think the 30th, and it was written as a 15th or something. So
Okay.
it was just the wrong thing in the description at the bottom, so we just changed the time
Okay.
to match what was in the calendar at the top. That's all it was.
Not critique, but I mean, this is the third or fourth calendar that we've changed, so I'm wondering if we're like over specifying things. I'm just thinking as an engineer, sorry, but I mean, if we just defined it once, because every time we do 2 or 3
Well,
different
and I think
locations, you're
parents
gonna
look
miss
and they
one.
think, well, spring
They
break
may read the
changed.
text, or they may look at the
Well, I
calendar.
think we need to be more eyes on it, so we catch all the mistakes,
Yeah.
up front.
Yeah.
I feel bad too, it's like, we just make sure that and we caught everything. We'll have to make someone really detailed look and make
But
sure
I-
like all
but I
the dates
mean,
match.
What I'm saying is, at least for me, and maybe I'm responsible for it too, but I mean, I'm not gonna know when the end is. If you tell me the end is September, whatever, I would say, okay, that's fine. I think we approve it, be it, but basically we're approving, we have the right number of days,
Right.
We have to, right?
So-
Yeah.
So, and how
Are you
do you
saying
wanna?
after that tweaks are, you know, you're just changing a sentence, you're not changing the
Yeah,
calendar,
Like
right?
major stuff like dates and stuff, yes, I was wondering.
Or spring break, or winter break, these sorts of things.
Right, or
I
the
mean-
start date, it's just.
That's why it was in the consent calendar, so we would have to have a discussion on it. So really, maybe the learning here is, if you would have explained that, then I wouldn't have to ask about it, and then it would be properly in the consent calendar. Because we've done that in the past, where we end up having a discussion because we don't even know what it meant, so we
Right.
couldn't
Sure.
tell what,
And maybe that kind of thing doesn't need to come to the, I mean, if it's up to the board, I mean, maybe it's something that's unless you still want.
I mean, that is kind of your discretion, but if you would have done that description,
Right. No, it makes sense, wrong date.
you
yeah.
could just vote on it and we wouldn't even have to worry about it.
Yeah, maybe just a small little line,
Yeah.
change whatever date,
Change this, okay.
then,
Dr.
Many
McIntyre.
sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, go
Many
ahead.
districts have a family calendar,
Yeah.
which all of these changes are staff issues. And so there's a staff calendar and a family calendar. The family calendar is what we put out, spring break, first day of school, last day of school,
true.
winter break, all of that families care about. And whether or not we're doing staff training or staff grading, or whether or not, you know, that's the stuff that most of our viewers at home really
That's
don't
right.
care about.
And also, I don't know that it's really for the board to decide when administration does certain tasks either, right? I mean,
Right.
that's for you guys to decide.
Really, families just want to know when are we going.
Yes, when are you?
Right.
When are we-
Send a kid to
when
school,
are we-
right?
When's spring
Right?
break?
Yeah.
When's our break?
First day.
Yeah.
When do you have to have a kid at the bus stop?
Could be an opportunity.
If you
That's
see a
handy,
change.
right?
Put those out, maybe.
That's a good idea, yeah.
Maybe.
Did you want to talk about other?
Then administration has
Well, that's what I was
permission to
thinking,
change whatever you
Yeah,
want.
because we're not changing, nothing that we've changed in all of these.
Or I guess we don't know.
And I'm not pointing blame, I'm just trying to figure out how do we cut down on the number of times it keeps coming back.
Keeps coming back, exactly. I think that's a great suggestion, Kate.
Okay,
Because the only thing that would change is
Anything else?
staff.
Well, in 3 minutes, the, under 15B, parent member nominee introductions, all those names should be under parents, not
yeah,
teachers.
that's a mistake there.
Okay.
Yeah, so those are not teachers, those are parents,
Yeah.
potential board
And then
members.
when do we want to, during the meeting, do we want to talk about the other?
Uh, Yeah, we
items?
can take that one, well, we got a few minutes now, or we can take it during the meeting too.
Okay,
But when we talk about the agenda to approve it, we need to add that,
okay,
right?
oh, okay, probably, yeah, okay,
Could be part of the discussion of the agenda.
Yep,
okay,
okay.
okay.
I think that's good, yeah, should we, guess
Take a
okay,
break.
call it
Yeah.
5:58? So, we'll be back, well, I don't know that we need a motion. I'll just break at 5:58, we'll be back at 6:15. Amanda, can you turn the volume off on that? Thank you. Good, we got all-
Yeah, that was really good.
Think so?
I mean, we're still within this, we're bringing it already policies, and we're on board meeting, which is like, into that time, so.
Well, when you were-
Right.
Oh, completely.
One minute.
I think it's a good question.
Yeah, just to get it set. And maybe we should vote on it. Are you already just saying?
Mission vision here too.
Yes. Okay, where is it?
Number 2.
Thank you.
Here you go.
Not too fast. Every time I guess, I am way off.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Because sometimes I'm thinking, oh, he doesn't
Last year, I
know.
think.
Whatever time, if I think we're gonna go, like,
Yeah.
oh, this one's gonna be long, and all of a sudden we're done early. So I don't know, I don't want you
Looking at
guys.
your notes.
You guys ready? Jennifer, can we start? Amanda, go ahead. Okay. Yeah, welcome everyone. We're at the August 15th, 2022 MSA School Board meeting. Time is 6:15. So we have just completed our workshop and now we'd like to call the meeting to order. Maggie, can you read the mission vision?
Sure. Our vision is to be an innovative, sustainable model of academic excellence for all students that creates well-rounded, lifelong learners and global citizens. Our mission is we provide accelerated and inclusive curricula and instruction in all subjects with an emphasis on math and science.
Thank you. So,
Somebody's saying the outside doors are locked and they're trying to get in. Can somebody get it? That'd be great, thank you.
so we'll do roll call of members. So Danny Langston here, Maggie Burgraff,
Here.
Cody Schneep,
Here.
Jennifer Bartle,
Here.
Jeff Eng.
Here.
Thank you. And so starting in September, so next month we'll have our student members joining us. So we have both a conflict of interest and approval of agenda. So maybe any conflict of interest, anyone this evening? No. So can I get discussion on the approval of the agenda for tonight?
So, should we make a motion first? Like, I make a motion to approve tonight's agenda,
Okay, I can
and then we get a
that.
second, and then we can start.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, it was,
Oh, we have to make,
Oh,
we have to
sorry.
vote.
are you,
I motion to approve tonight's agenda.
I'll second it.
Cody can second, and all those in favor? Yeah.
Well, no,
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 no.
Oh, we haven't
now
voted.
discussion.
Oh, now
Discussion.
discussion, okay. 15BI should have, under the board parent member nominee introductions, should have the parents listed.
Agreed.
And then are there teacher member introductions?
There are
No.
not. I did not ask
Okay.
for them,
Okay,
but we can.
So B2 should be parent member introductions. Right?
Or just move the,
1, 2, 3, 4 under I.
teacher.
yeah,
First.
move 1, 2, 3, 4 up to I.
Okay.
and then can we add a bullet there to discuss, I know I wasn't here at the last meeting, but discuss an election versus seating these members?
Yeah, yep. So, I mean, we can, and I think we have two, I think if I understand correctly, Jennifer, we have two different things. One, we have a bylaw and then we have our procedure, if you will.
Right.
But there is, in our bylaws, if somebody leaves an existing term, just for everyone who's listening, if somebody leaves an existing term, then the board chooses,
Yep.
right? That's what that says.
Yep,
If, I think what the question came up between last month's and this month's meeting is if we don't have clarity around an election result, let's say, or
Right.
some questions around the election results, how do we want to handle that? So I guess what I would say is, can we add a discussion item around the election result position? That would have been up for
Right.
June. Is that what you
Yep,
mean?
because nobody was seated.
Because we didn't seat anyone.
And we've done a different procedure in the past.
So I would just, if we could say something like, this would be maybe the one after I, before we do board teacher member introductions. Are you okay with that? So in between I and II,
Yep, sure.
we do a discussion about what does that look like, so the board is comfortable. What happened in June, what happened in July, and what do we want to do tonight in August? Is that okay? So I would say
Where would it be? B?
between I and
You have
II, so
After the parents, before the teachers.
Okay.
IA.
Okay, sure.
15B IA.
Okay,
Is that okay, with you, Joe?
yes, that sounds great.
Any other changes? Cody, you okay? Okay. Then all those in favor of moving the parent members up to under the parents title and adding IA to discuss the election results / seating / that position, right? Okay.
Great.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, agenda passes 5-0. So let's get started on the agenda. So this month, we're gonna skip the celebrations, but next month, Randy, if you, we'll have a discussion, but you can choose and suggest, somebody to celebrate. Open forum, actually, did we have?
Sorry, just one second. Did someone go down to
Yeah.
let,
I did, yeah.
I did, there was nobody out there.
there is some, Leanne's down there right
I
now.
wonder if they're, are they at the
wrong
other
They might be at the
building?
wrong building. I'll go figure it out.
Okay, thank you, because she just,
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, the kids were out there and they said nobody was out there
Oh,
waiting, so I
maybe
didn't even think to
might
check
have been
in.
I'll bet you she's at the,
Oh.
Yeah.
We used to do it in A.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
but that might be it.
We keep everyone
Sorry
guessing.
about that.
Keep moving around. And are you guys okay temperature-wise? It was getting a little hot earlier, but now
It's
I'm
better than the
okay.
last time we were here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it doesn't, yeah,
It's also 100.
right outside, yeah.
That's right.
The last 2 times.
Okay, any open forum? Is there anyone here for open forum tonight? No, okay. We'll skip open forum tonight. For those of you following at home, you're always welcome to come. We ask 5 minutes per person if you have a topic you want to share together with the board and our community. Please feel free to do so. So approval of minutes. I'd like to move to number 7, so
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
If somebody is coming for the open forum, can they,
It's actually
Participate.
Leanne,
She's-
who is
Oh,
one of
okay.
the candidates for the,
there's another friend that's texting that they're trying to get into,
Oh, okay.
so, but is that okay if they
yeah, okay.
have an open
If somebody
forum thing?
if somebody comes and was unable to get in,
Okay,
I'm fine
okay.
with going back to open forum. Yeah, yeah. So item 7, approval of minutes. So did anyone, I guess I'd like to approve our minutes from July 18th.
I'll make a motion to approve the July 18th minutes.
I will second.
Jennifer seconds. Discussion? They looked pretty good to me, so. Yeah, and I watched it over a screen, so that's
That's right.
managed. I would not recommend it if we can avoid it, but if in a pinch, you can do it remotely.
Yeah.
so. Okay, then, all those in favor of approval of the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Student representatives will catch up again in September, where we'll ask the students to just give a brief update on something they want to share. So now we're on item 9, Executive Director's Report. Mr. Beach.
Well, last month I shared the dashboard, and there really hasn't been any changes because we haven't been in school yet. So most of the stuff that's been in the dashboard last month we carry over. So actually, I got a little bit more specific within it, just kind of share kind of some things we've been working on, to get a little bit more specific in that would fit in that dashboard in those 3 areas. So, like for instance, the support of student learning, we have the MTSS is something that we're starting, which is a multi-tiered systems of support, which is a framework tiered for an infrastructure as far as how we meet those all students' needs. Not just those at tier 1, which is our universal, but also those that are maybe advanced or those that need more intervention. So that's kind of a process that we're using for that. We also have, I updated on our PLC format that we'll be working on this year, which is many schools use, and we actually had I believe 10 people that went to the Minneapolis Convention Center last week for 3 days for training, which is really a collaborative team for each department, where they'll discuss, student learning, data. It's just a very collaborative environment where we're working on meeting the needs of all kids. So it's a great workshop, very excited about it. So it's something that we'll be sharing with all staff at workshop. So, and then we'll be working in our PLCs throughout the year. So there's a department head in each of our subject areas. They'll be leading that discussion. So we'll be aligning our curriculum with the standards and then working on learning targets. So there's a lot that will be going on over many years. So that's something. And then, of course, the Paula Forbes, which you're all aware of, but a little bit more description of what she'll be doing. So there's kind of a 4-part series that she'll be working on with our staff. So the first day, what you're invited to is more of that equity piece, which she'll be doing on August 30th. And then some of the things she'll be doing with the board on those 2 days are listed there with governance training, with basic principles of board responsibilities for charter schools, training with the roles and responsibilities, basic tenets, board ethics, that type of stuff. And then also, one of those communication pieces that came out of the investigation was the town hall meetings. So we have 4 scheduled for this upcoming calendar year. And it's for our students, and we, it'd be nice if we had at least 1 board member at each of those. Of course, we want to make sure we don't have too many that we have a quorum. But if you're available, look at those dates and let me know if there's a time that you would be able to come, and we'll get you those times on those dates. Kate, do you know what time we have those scheduled
Those are
for?
typically shortly after school.
Right after school, so yeah.
So 4:15-ish probably.
Okay. And then the board of director binders, which I handed out to you. So this is something we'll have, which has our calendar in here. It has committees, as you saw, lots of details in here. There's also a little pad in the back for you. So we're going to pass this out to all board members, and it has lots of information for all our boards. We'll collect it at the end of the school year, and then we'll update it. So as board members go off, we'll collect it, and then as we have elections, we can have it all ready for our newly seated board members, and we can give them this packet, which has lots of information for them. And then we'll update it for our existing board members as well, as having everything that has the right school year on it, all of the calendars that are correct, and all those types of things. So that's something that's new that we're going to have for our board. It has lots of info for you there. So it has all of our things from our authorizer, it has Robert's rules, and all those types of things. So, and then just some upcoming dates, just so you're aware of. We have the back to school night, which is September 1st from 3 to 7. And then we have some of the things we're doing there is picking up schedules. We have pictures taking, meeting teachers, dropping off supplies. And then our architect, which we'll have selected by then, will be in our Great Hall. They're available to meet parents. So any of the board members, if you'd like to be here that night in the Great Hall, just greeting parents, I think that'd be great. That's where I'll be. That'd be a great place for myself to meet a lot of our parents as well.
One question I had for you, I think it was last year we started this, could be a tradition where we get photos to get a badge
Okay,
as a board
yes.
member. So if we're
Yes.
able to again, I think that was nice.
And they'll be on the stage. So come on in and we'll get that.
So it's, come and meet and greet the,
It's
Community
nice to have
student.
badges when we're coming during the day, so students
yep,
Right.
yep.
they know we're supposed to be here.
So that's kind of the director's report this month. Next month we'll have the dashboarding because there'll be some changes. We'll have already started school by the time we're back next month and having a lot of our workshop time. But I just want to give you some specifics that fit within there.
Another thing on the badges, not required, but if you attend some event, I don't know if it's a sport event or a theater or whatever, if you have a badge, people can maybe call you out and maybe have a discussion. They may not know who else is on a school board, right? So. Good. Anything else?
Can I ask just a question about the town halls? So what were your thoughts on how would they be run and kind of the purpose of why we are doing them?
And this is something that came out of the investigations to listen to students. So it's more of a question and answer type of opportunity for students to come and to ask questions and to get answers.
And one of the reasons I ask about the format is we decided to have town halls. I think there's some students love it.
Mm-hmm.
Some students feel intimidated that they're speaking in front of everyone. So we probably had a little less participation. It was structured so that there were maybe 2 board members. The board members didn't talk. We asked for questions ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, I'm not sure who answered all the questions. So frankly, it wasn't a question and answer session. It was yeah, here's what we're gonna answer, please all send all your questions up front, and it just felt, frankly, it did not feel authentic. It did not feel like it achieved what we wanted, which was a town hall where you have an interaction, you can share ideas. It was, I think it's no different than us just signing a communication off. So,
I think, Jeff, I had a different experience, if I could just chime in, because I don't think I attended the same one that
Yeah.
you did. I was there together with Eric. I think, were you there? Steve was as well, if I recall.
Yeah, Steve and I
And-
and you and Eric.
And I think we'd already gone through the process maybe once or twice, so maybe some of the
Yeah.
bugs had been worked out.
I hope so.
I felt like it was pretty fluid,
Mhm.
and the questions were fair, and we answered the best we could, right? So I think if we could do more of the one that I attended,
Yeah,
I think that
I'd love
would be
that.
great, because we had 8, 10, I'm trying to remember now how many students were there. It wasn't full by any means, but the students that were there had great questions.
Right, and I think some submitted ahead who might have been not wanting
yeah,
to speak out in front of the group. And then we answered those, we discussed those. It wasn't a lot, and then students, it just became kind of a conversation.
Yeah.
perfect.
And they were sharing ideas too, not
Yeah.
critiques or criticisms. It was like, why don't we do this? Why don't we do that?
They were wanting field trips was something that they were.
Yep.
Yeah, because kind of the first one, I think we were very concerned that, well, you know, the board is speaking and it's too official, and it's like, we can give that disclaimer, so we're here for that town hall experience, and that's okay. And that you're allowed your opinion off the cuff, and then we'll work harder and we'll, as a board, to address some of these issues. And I'm glad to hear that turned out for the other ones.
Yeah, and I think as long as we're clear, like myself or even Eric at the time, unable to speak on behalf of the board.
Yeah.
So it's just an individual board member talking
Yeah.
on what we feel we can share. And I think that perspective is useful for them, and it's also very useful for us to hear what the students are concerned with or interested in, right? So I think we should be doing more of that. I'm glad to see that we have 4. But I think you're right, Jeff. I don't want to have more of the one that you had,
Yeah.
because I think maybe we were just feeling out the process, whereas now it's more organic. So that would be the feedback is, let's not make it difficult for the students as we have this set up, so that they feel it's going to be very formal and dry. It needs to be more organic, I think, right, to be successful.
Yeah. And I think doing it in a classroom helped, where it was just kind of like a comfortable.
Right.
Yeah, that's where ours was just
Yeah.
a classroom. Was that yours the same or not?
Yeah, it was, I can't even remember which room it was done in. It
Mine
just
was
felt,
the cafeteria.
yeah, that was it. It was very formal.
I was told not to speak,
Yeah.
and that didn't feel good.
Yeah.
So why was I there, really?
There's no point.
Because again, we're
Yeah.
accustomed to it, so.
Yeah, we'll learn.
Yeah.
We'll
I
learn.
think also, if you think about the timing, we were also dealing with a lot with the investigation too, so maybe people were
Maybe.
anxious about the questions that might come out
Could be.
versus where, by the time Eric and I, we had a few months behind us already, so
Yeah.
less.
Okay. The other follow-up question that you didn't mention is, where are we at and how, I mean, our COVID policy, when school starts, and our masking policy, do we have one? Do we need one? I don't even know what other schools are doing. They're just not? They're just not? Okay.
Good question. Yeah, it's,
The CDC's pretty much removed all
yeah.
recommendations.
Yeah, yeah. I just know across the country there are different approaches. I didn't know what it was in Minnesota because I have been tracking the
So we've been trying to follow CDC pretty closely.
yeah,
And
good.
CDC just came back with, you don't need to really distance or wear a mask, can if you're sick, but there's not really any, so it's now
Good.
optional.
Can I move us back? We had a few people join. Does anyone want to speak to open forum that came in a little later? Is there any open forums? No? Okay, okay. Then I'll go on to mine. So I have I think that's it for yours, right?
Yes.
So I have the chair's report, which I have a number of topics that'll be covered separately. So the one thing I want to make sure I do is introduce Ya Xiang. So Ya's been with us for a number of years before me, as well. And she's been helping with notes, but since we've been doing the virtual one, she's been doing it watching YouTube. So with the new board here tonight, we thought it would make sense just to introduce Ya together to you guys. So she'll help with, and I have it listed down in the roles, but she would be the main one with the specific task of getting our notes captured, to cover the content, basically the decisions, who's making motions. And then once we get a secretary position, which is up on the agenda for later tonight, that secretary will say, yes, that those look like good notes to bring forward to the board. So it's not, I think one of the things that concerns the secretary position is that they have to also keep track of notes, but that's why Ya's helping us here, so she can manage the keeping up with the talking as fast as we can. And then the secretary can just get the content and make sure the content's correct. So it's not so burdensome for them, because the secretary also needs to be part of the discussion as well. So
Are we actually, we're recording also? Right?
we are, it's
Not just streaming, but. we're
It's
recording.
streaming, and the old videos are not deleted, so they're there. If you were to go back, you could pull up the page and pull them back up again. Yeah, I have no reason to take those down. I mean, I think we can just leave those for now. Yeah. That's a word for word, and I guess we did talk about, myself, we had a meeting here last month or recently to talk through, because YouTube will also do a automatic every word, but that's not what we want. We don't want to have every single word that I'm saying put down as a text. So I mean, that's available if somebody wants it, but we want the summary that can kind of go out and say, here's what was decided, here's maybe a few points on the discussion. That's ideal for us and for our notes. So. Questions? Welcome again, and thanks for your help. Yeah. That was all that I planned. Like I said, I'll cover some others separately. So board committees, I'll switch to item 11. So for governance, I do plan on talking that one separately, but the notes are there for the meeting we had. Any questions for the governance committee? School expansion, any questions for Jeff?
Yeah, just quickly, we had interviews of architects last Friday. Kate, I didn't realize you asked for us to rank, so I'll have to email you mine. But we're going to collect for the people that are there, and it was quite a large group representing parents, student reps were there, teacher. Just great presentation, so we're going to rank them and see where we come up. Maybe have someone rise to the top quickly, or at least take someone off the consideration list. And we're going to have another meeting. We've been having weekly meetings with NTH just on weekly projects, deadlines. We're scanning possible sites and just having conversations every week. And top of the list for tomorrow's conversation will be the choosing of the architect. Anything else, Gabe?
Nope, I think, I looked at the votes, it's coming out, it's gonna be pretty easy decision, I think.
Okay.
over time. So.
It'll be interesting where my vote falls into, but, and they were all impressive. I mean, they were all great choices. They really all were good choices, so we're excited.
Yeah.
And we're gonna move quickly, and the whole idea was to choose quickly so that they could be part of the back to school night and really have people ask questions and really show that we're making progress and that there's a point of contact, and then they get to talk to, whether Randy's there and of course Kate, and just to show that steps are being taken. And it is exciting.
And one of the, besides the aggressive timeline to try and get in 2024, we wanted to have that done so that families could really, that's, back to school night is one of the few nights when we get a large portion of our families to turn out. And so we wanted to have them have the chance to, all of the architects had various interactive kind of activities that they wanted to, so it's a great chance to engage students and families in the process and get some feedback early on. So I'm really excited because that's really going to be the rollout to our communities, unless they've been carefully reading the board minutes or following through. It's all of this has happened over the summer for the most part, and so this will be a great way for them to see where we are and not be surprised when we make a site selection in a couple months. So.
And we're soliciting volunteers. I mean,
Yeah,
we anticipate
we'll be doing a lot of opportunities.
lots of opportunities to participate, whether it be just sharing ideas, sharing experiences. So we'll be collecting names, and hopefully people become more engaged in the process.
Will we pick an architect regardless of if we move to an existing building or if we, okay.
Yes.
Because we would be gutting.
So-
Design the inside.
Yeah, so the reason being is part of the engagement is what it might look like here and what it might look like, expansion versus new site. And in order to do that, there's a lot of conversation about design and what will fit and what we want. So you reach a point where we say, hey, this is the minimum of what we want. What might it look like here versus a new site? And yeah, they'll end up drawing preliminarily 2 plans so that we
Okay.
can have that initial conversation.
Okay.
Now, there's entirely possible that part of the process is it becomes pretty clear it's one or the other. We don't anticipate that, but I mean, it's an ongoing process, so.
Okay.
And NTH, our owner's rep, it was their, of course, recommendation saying, yeah, you gotta engage an architect as soon as possible because
Okay.
they will also be involved in choosing the contractor.
And so the contractor decision will come pretty quickly. It probably won't be,
Okay.
you won't vote on it probably at the next board meeting, maybe if we're quick, but.
Yeah, we're running
I'm
parallel.
trying as hard as I can to go
Yeah.
fast, but
Yeah.
I mean, at some point it's gonna be difficult. It'll probably be the October meeting, but we'll have
Yeah.
selected them probably by mid-September.
Yeah, Kate's done a great job. We're running parallel things so that
Okay.
while we select the architect, we're already looking for possible general contractors to consider, send out the RFP. I mean, it's running parallel and quickly.
Because the contractor will help us decide. They'll work closely with the architect to tell us how much it's gonna cost.
Okay.
I also wanted to add, I was there and so were our 2 student reps. They were very engaged and I'm really excited to see them coming next month.
Yeah, a lot of progress in this, so thanks for the help, everyone who's pushing this so hard. So excited to see where we go. Policy, we have a TBD, so we have a placeholder for policy, we just need to, I
Yeah,
think it does, so maybe in the next month we can clean it up and put it under governance. Finance, so we do need to go through some of our financial documents, so take a pause and make sure that we can approve these.
So the first 2 are basically our year-end information. And they're still gonna tweak it a little bit. Some of the COVID spending gets changed a little bit. Some of the building company pays for some things versus our budget. So there's some tweaks. And then I think they're gonna try to have, our audits in mid-October, I believe. So we'll have a more finalized, final financial statement before the audit.
But overall, look good, right? Still impressive numbers, healthy balance, right?
Yeah, very good fund balance.
Yeah.
Yep, we have a good fund balance, both last year and this year, or end of last year and the year before, I guess. We came in under budget because we were getting a lot of things COVID money was covering, so freed up some money in the budget. So unfortunately going forward, it's gonna be a little harder, but they're gonna get us an idea of any leftover COVID money that we haven't tapped into to make sure we get it used up this current year.
Because we'll have what's ever remaining for summer school for next year.
Yeah, most of it will be for summer school next
That's
year,
what
but
it's gonna take.
I know that was asked just to make sure that we.
So one of the questions I had was regarding expansion.
Yes.
Where in the balance sheet where is all this money listed? Like what we're paying that NIH?
That's separate.
NTH.
Yeah, that's not in this budget, that comes out of what we're bonding and what we're working on with.
So, very high level. So, for those of you that don't know, we have an affiliated building company that owns the buildings. We own that company, but we don't directly own the buildings. So, and they have separate financial statements. We should probably get those to the rest of the board members at some point.
Well, I saw like rent that we pay on
So
the
we're-
building is in,
So we own building A and B.
Correct.
So we pay the building company rent, and then they
Right.
pay, when we use the word bonding, and this is for the whole community, not just you, Jennifer. When we talk about bonding, it's basically, that's the corporate word or business world for a mortgage.
Yep.
Think of it like a mortgage. They pay our mortgage. And then we also pay rent to the owners of C and D. So in the near future, then we gotta work on, with the building company, the bonding. So a lot of the stuff for the building an expansion will be paid for by the building company, which we will then indirectly be paying for.
Okay. And when will that appear in the financials? I guess that's what I'm.
Just in our lease payments. Because
Okay.
it'll be separate, because why you wanna establish a building company is because they're a nonprofit. Because
Right.
then we don't have to pay property taxes. If we were with a,
Yeah,
you know, if we were
I-
buying with a profit,
yeah.
yeah.
I
But
get it,
Yeah.
but I
Yeah.
just wanna know,
Yeah.
how are we paying for it?
Yeah.
Where does it show up in our financials? I mean, I know we're paying a mortgage, right?
The
And we're
bonding
paying-
and all that comes from the money will go into the affiliated building company, and
Okay.
it kind of goes that way.
So-
the bond, it's,
As a line item in that, the finance? I mean, I just
They
wanna.
have separate financial statements. Once we have a building company meeting, we'll probably get some financials set up. What, basically, the building company also has a big chunk of cash set aside in their bank accounts. They'll be paying for this stuff now, and then when we take out the amount for the loan, the bonding, part of that will be just cash that goes back to pay for those expenses, and then they're capitalized in the
Okay.
mortgage, and then they get
Okay.
paid off.
There's a lot more
I
to
think,
happen with the
Jennifer might be
finances.
wondering, where does the money in the building company come from?
Right,
Okay.
There's lease aid, we get lease aid from the state. The
Okay.
state gives us funding per kid that goes
Okay.
into,
Oh, yes. Yeah.
that's
Well,
why
I
you're not
just
seeing
wanna-
money come out of here, it goes to a,
It's a separate account.
we use it
If-
separately, so that's why you're not seeing it in this.
well, and if us as a board, we're responsible for the school's financials, I just wanna make sure that I see
There's a separate
everything that
board,
we're
yeah,
paying.
right,
And,
yep.
right,
And
So-
last month, I think you missed, but we did approve the building company committees. I think
Yeah.
people can sit in on
Okay.
that one as well.
Okay.
So those folks will be responsible for making sure, I think they
Okay.
answer the questions that you
Okay.
have. One of them.
So short answer, the state gives us money, and it's called lease aid. It'll be
and it
under the-
goes in our
It goes,
financials
it goes
or
in
the
our
building?
financials as a revenue source,
Okay,
and then it goes out as rent into the building company.
okay, okay, got it.
So it kind of touches down, but it's passing through,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay.
The other question I had though was when we decide on a building or even furniture or stuff that goes in the building, do we have a budget for that planned or?
It's all part of the bonding.
Yeah,
okay.
we'll be taking out money too for,
And have we talked about that yet? Or that's
That's,
we're-
that's,
that's
we're moving
in-
fast, but
sure.
not that fast.
Okay, okay.
That'll
That's all,
be part of the
I was just
expansion
curious. Okay,
Yeah, because they
Good
talked,
questions, though.
we did talk quite a bit about furniture with a lot of the, all of the architects. That's kind of part of the plan too, is how they're gonna furnish the
But,
building.
Right.
that would be one of those things, just to be clear, that'll come back to the board, right? I mean, so once
Well,
we have.
so, I mean, that is a great question. I mean, money flows through the lease aid. So we have money parked in the building company, because the building company will essentially be the one paying for the building, right? So we'll preserve the current structure. But if you look at who's actually assigned to run the building company, it is actually different from this board, but there's a lot of crossover,
okay.
right? So, can you remind me who is who and
Cody,
what?
myself, and then there's a representative from Bergen,
Right.
Jenny Abbs. And then
So,
there's a
yeah,
community
you're the-
member,
As you're also the president of the building
You're the
company,
president,
I'm the
okay.
treasurer.
yeah.
So, but
Felt
your
like we had someone
question,
else.
There's a community
Hey.
member,
I'm not on the building company.
there's,
yeah.
There's a community member though that's on the
Yeah.
committee, that's
There
not on
is.
the board.
Okay.
So, but you asked a great question and you followed up with even a better question, which is, because the groups are different, we have to treat them differently. So we have to always remember who has to vote to approve certain things,
Right.
and then send it to this group to also vote on our portion of whatever we're supposed to approve. I'm not sure I know what that is like this minute, but
Okay.
we need to pay attention to all that,
Okay.
because it gets recorded in the minutes, it's gonna get recorded in documents, and then overall, I think Dan's right, I mean, we see ourselves as the users of the building,
Yeah.
so at the end of the day, really, it is our vote.
I guess,
Okay.
I guess my thought was a couple. One is, I really want to empower the expansion committee to move fast and do what we need to do, right? and then bring back the big decisions. And a bonding or a mortgage is one of those.
Yeah.
And I know in the past, the previous director had brought back and said, hey, I got a better interest rate, we can refinance. Here, board is an option for us. And that made sense to
Yeah.
discuss because it was millions of dollars. Same thing here, at one of the early proposals, not this one, but the early was $30 million. That sounds like a board decision that should come back and say, we want to finance, here's the package, we want to tie ourselves up with this.
And we're working right now with Bergen, with Jenny Apps from Bergen. I gave her some enrollment projections and other things like staffing, so she can start figuring out what is the price tag for us. She's working on it right now. We should have it relatively soon, and we'll bring that to the expansion committee, and we'll communicate that to NTH, so they know, here's what we can afford as a building.
But oddly enough, I mean, it goes hand in hand. So we look at it and go, we're only willing to pay a lease amount to the building company of X number of dollars, which represents, say, a $30 million building. We get to make that decision. Because if the building company were to come back and go, yeah, but we're gonna charge you a lease for a $60 million building. Now, that's where the negotiation comes. We shouldn't run into a place where we're gonna argue about that. We should have had the conversation, so what we're willing to pay the building company in terms of lease is in fact perfectly matched with how much the building costs and what they're willing and have to charge for rent.
Okay.
So that's,
So will
but
that
it's two
be
organizations though. So
in future expansion committee notes
Yeah.
or in finance notes?
Mm,
Who's gonna
there's
be
gonna be a
checking
time where they kinda
Yeah,
Okay.
bleed together.
yes.
Okay, okay,
But separate. I mean, we're gonna have to keep our own notes, our own decisions,
Okay.
and, but we have the conversations with the other group to make sure it matches. If
Okay.
it doesn't match, then we have those
Okay.
conversations.
okay, okay. I feel better
So-
about it now, thank you.
But we're different though, that we have to treat it as they are separate groups, because if we treat it as one, what we're gonna do is we're gonna inadvertently assume we made a decision which was really their decision.
Mhm.
And it wasn't our
Okay.
decision, or we will sign it, we aren't signing a document because they're the ones that are actually purchasing the building. But our decision impacts what they wanna buy,
Okay,
so.
okay,
And there's enough crossover in the expansion committee that represents both the board and the building company. So we're all there at the same time in the same meetings. So things shouldn't fall through the cracks because of that.
Good discussion. Any other questions for Cody?
Okay, and then if no other questions, I'll motion to approve the financial statements.
I will second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Just
Thank you.
one question, there was something in the notes that said 45% ADM. What was that representing?
Was that the PSU?
And the first link,
I don't know, that's just it.
I have to look and see.
I think it had to do with how much, we had a huge surplus this year, and so if we had any bigger of a surplus, that could have been a problem. 46% is when it never becomes a problem.
Oh,
Oh, that's.
Oh, it was
So we were-
45%
that's
fund
our-
balance, not
That's our
ADM.
fund balance.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's our fund balance, which is very,
so, I mean, I think.
Which
we
is a
were
very high
like
number.
120,
it's a high number, but I think going
120,000.
into expansion, it makes us very
It's a
comfortable.
good number.
Yeah.
But when we build, that's something, maybe it might be, that's something, usually your authorizer has a kind of a ceiling, it's like they want it, under a certain amount, so it's something we.
Yeah, that kind of talk, yeah, if that number gets too high, the authorizer can go, you're not spending your money properly.
On
on the
education.
students.
On education, but,
Right now, if you look at at the end of each year, we're not coming up with a lot of extra, I think it was like 26,000 or something, I wanna say, it wasn't a whole lot. So when we start going negative, we're eating into that fund balance, so right now, it's okay, as we go into to our expansion, we'll wanna get it down closer probably to 25, 30, so.
Perfect.
But that's down the road.
Good position to be in.
It is.
Consent agenda item 12, we have the calendar with a minor correction, and then we have the addition. Are we adding the Spanish teacher, or do you want to do that next month?
I don't have her contact, she just was in today, so
Okay.
that'll be in the
Next
HR
month?
stuff next month, yeah.
Okay, so just one item then. I can motion to approve the consent agenda.
I will second.
Maggie seconds. Any further discussion? Otherwise, we'll approve. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, 5-0. Now we're up to the diversity, equity, inclusion section, item 13. So we have three main items here. So we have the dashboard, we have the discussion on the investigation and how we share that with the public, and then we have a bylaw discussion. So I'm going to start with the dashboard. If you could, Amanda, click on that first link, 13AI. Yeah, that's one. I've got different colors than me, but basically, this was an attempt to try to show maybe some progress. I don't know that I'm going to do every month, every time, but I can maybe show a couple just to see, you guys can see where we've made some changes. So quickly, and the only other thing, as I share this, I'm wondering, for the folks that don't hear the background, it may not be enough detail, but I'm also trying to keep it to one page. So let's see, I'm open to feedback if you guys have suggestions. But so creating a board governance committee that was created in July. We kind of reconfigured it again for this last month. We are going to open up, and I will say, anyone who's watching at home or remotely, please feel free to join. We'll put out a call for folks to sit in on the governance committee. It's a new committee that we're going to do a number of different things to help us as a board better manage ourselves and hopefully help the school as well through better governance. So that one is ongoing. I think we have a lot of work to do there, so please help us, especially if you have some background in this area. Board governance committee, so we need to revise the bylaws, policies, board setup, etc. I listed it as green, and the reason I did is because I said we're kind of on track. We had a good discussion together with our authorizer, our attorney, our administration, and myself. So I think we're starting to lay some of that groundwork. That's one of the discussion items here tonight. So a little bit more than just in progress. I'd say we're getting closer to on track. Academic committee and personnel committee, both of those were dissolved. Those were kind of some of the recommendations was that we as a board were not handling those two committees correctly. We were doing, I would say broadly, the board was doing perhaps too much of the administration's stuff in both the academic as well as the personnel. So not that we can't have those committees, but we need to make sure that we carve those out correctly. Like the personnel one still, the main thing makes sense in that we are, Randy is subject to the board's authority. That doesn't change. We still need to manage that as a board. That's our responsibility. But we either do it through a personnel committee or we do it as a separate committee once or twice a year, something like that. And the academics one got a lot overlapped together with administration, perhaps too much. So I think that was one of the findings, was how do we make sure that board has a clear role and scope, and then the administration has a clear role and scope, who's in charge of the different things. So right now those are both, I'm listing them as in progress because we dissolved them, but we don't have the next step, to Jeff's point, is what are we doing about it now, right? So I just say they're kind of in progress. We need to discuss and decide how we want to manage that. So for training, we do have the board training August 30th, where we would invite everyone to sit from 9 to noon. Paula Forbes has been hired as of last month to help us with some of this diversity, equity, inclusion training. So that's great. And then we're going to have 2 separate workshop sessions, it sounds like, as well for the board specifically over the coming 2 to 3 months. Question, Cody? Okay. And then we do need to have some training on, and I listed it as yellow for now. It's in progress. Maybe once we had 1 or 2 sessions, I'm okay to say that we're on track. Board training on roles versus administration roles. I'm hoping some of that comes out. It sounds like it looks like some of the bullet points there will come out of there. And again, we can revisit that once we get some more clarity on that. And then we had best practices, so conflict of interest statement and training. So Randy has helped us with some board of director training packets. So this is great, and I think we have a topic coming up where we're talking a little bit about training and then improving our meeting notes. So we had a discussion with Ia here recently, and so I think the main feedback is we don't want a word for word, every single sort of word that we say as a discussion, but we also don't want to just have a very curt, statement. So somewhere in between is kind of what the guidance is for us as a school. So somebody can pick up those notes and be able to say, hey, here's the discussion. We've done everything. We've done every single word. Dan Ellingson said these 12 words, and then we've done the other one, which is a vote was taken, it was 9-0, So I think somewhere in between is probably the right answer, so someone can pick it up and say, what did the board talk about, these kind of points, and they decided this way. So that's where we're trying to steer our meeting notes, which I think is a good suggestion, and we had a discussion about that, so let's see how we can improve there. So it's listed as in progress right now, and we'll kind of keep an eye on it over the coming months. So questions on the dashboard, I think we have quite a few things that we still need to make progress on, but we are slowly making progress on most of them. Is that fair? Okay. Next one, we have continued sharing the outcome of the investigation with the public. So for those of you who didn't catch the workshop, we spent a little bit of time going over a draft. So we had an external investigation with some, if you will, like some concerns about the school. We hired an external investigator that took roughly about a year to get all of the work done and come back with the findings. The findings was quite lengthy, and some of which contained private information. So what we're saying as a board is it doesn't necessarily make sense to share that out. By the time it's redacted, there's very little meat left to it. So we're saying we've tried to boil that down to the key findings, a summary page, and then we have, I think, was it 3 or 4 other pages? I can't remember, something along those lines, of action items that we've done since, and then some things that are still pending. So what we discussed at the workshop was, we think it makes sense to go out as an email with a link. This is just a choice that we're making, and so Maggie usually helps us draft, and then I take all the credit by sending the email out. We send it out together, and then there'll be a link in there which you guys will be able to open up. It'll be on the web page. Right now, we don't have any strong reason to pull it off the web page, so the link will be there for you guys to reference. We did discuss also that it is kind of a one-time document. The DEI, so the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion section, will be ongoing for the foreseeable future. I don't see an end in that right now. But this document will be kind of our address to the investigation. So for those of you who want to see a little bit more details about the stuff that was talked about and found findings. And then a lot of the stuff that we've talked about openly insofar as what it is we're trying to do and how we're trying to improve ourselves as a board. Now, hopefully you have a document to kind of reference to see where some of that may be coming from. So I would like to make a motion to formally approve the release of this document pending some minor changes that I'm saying I don't need to see changes from Randy unless somebody has a concern. Can I get a second?
I will second.
So further discussion on the proposal to release the document with our next month's board update.
Do we have a sense of, should we or when we would update that document? If it's worthwhile, or is this kind of a one-time, we'll show you where we're at, this is the fall, beginning of the fall, of the school year, and just leave it at that? Or should we perhaps build into our summary that we will also update it, at the end of the first semester?
I think that's probably, we can do the dashboard update once a month, and then do we have 2 semesters or 3? 2. Yeah, so end of first semester and then end of year update. That doesn't seem that overwhelming.
And I'd like to think we're gonna do something that we can report back on in a positive fashion within, yeah. I don't wanna do it too often, but just because the semester goes by so quickly.
I like the idea of updates. I guess my concern is having too many documents to maintain. That's it. Whereas if we have a dashboard which we kind of pulled out, that's the only concern I have. So what's the purpose of in my opinion, the purpose is to get something out to the public more than just us talking, here's a document. But I don't see it as a live document, I see it as a one-time, but that's.
Well, that's why I'm asking,
Yeah.
because I kind of think it goes a longer way to say, make it a responsibility of ours to report in the semester, at the end of each semester.
But aren't some of the items
I don't know.
in
The
Randy's-
dashboards.
in the dashboard? So
Maybe
maybe they could be.
Maybe we do this document one time and then just end of each semester, our dashboard, maybe 2 pages, just a summary, extra page. It's just a little more detailed for what we found, what we did this semester, what we're doing next semester.
Or even end of year.
Or even end of year.
semester
Yeah.
is too quickly.
There's an action page we can update, but if they look at, like I said, your board update, the directors, where we have the dashboard, a lot of this is in there, so they'll see that every month. We can just kind of take that form and just, maybe a semester, just update that last column as far as what's been done. So it's a working document, I think.
Because if we don't give ourselves the responsibility of periodic reports, we're
Well,
gonna forget.
and check in and see where are we at, right? And just, it's a good visual
Yeah.
for that.
I mean, and your dashboard does that on a monthly
Yeah.
basis, but it's not enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a snapshot.
In that place.
I think either every semester or at least at the end of the year.
Okay,
We don't have to decide that now, but, or unless we want to make sure we put it in, you know, the document that we're going to, you know, say, we put it upon ourselves the responsibility of reporting also at the end of the year.
well, we can add that to the summary, the email, would that be okay? To say, here's where we are right now. Because if you think about it, the first page is kind of the findings summary overall. The next page is not required, it's just to show the community that we're already working on these things,
Yeah.
right? So that's like extra information. And so what I'm hearing is we are gonna continue to work on those things. It's not just check, 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 right? So I'm okay if we add a statement in that it says, here's where we are right now, and we'll provide more information through the monthly updates, or also we can update the document towards some later date. Yeah.
But was the point that then the board looks at, was that the point? Like, we're saying this is what we're doing? Was that like,
Well, yeah.
is it
so-
just giving us a chance to go back and look at it? So is it a year from now,
Well-
the board goes, how did this, and just is it something to look at, not necessarily throw back out?
Well, a couple things. It's all of the above. So
Okay.
I like the fact that in the email, when you send out the report, you'll mention the dashboard. Great, I didn't even think about that. So it shows that we're looking at it on a monthly basis. And then the second piece is, we should look at the year at least, and it will change the documents. So, it's not quite living a document, but it also shows though that we're taking the time to, every 6 months, this is what we've done, and in fact, we were making progress. Because people are gonna look at that, and if we don't update it, they're gonna go, you haven't done anything in the last 6 months, even though we have.
I know we just voted on the updated calendar. When does the first semester end again?
January 20th?
If we did an update at the February meeting, that's 6 months from now.
Yeah.
Whether it's a second page for the dashboard or that document with a new column,
Yeah, something.
something.
Because if we don't do a check-in sometime during the year, then it's a whole year, school year goes by, and we haven't even
Right.
asked ourselves where we've made progress. So,
January 20th is the end of the semester, so.
When's our January board meeting? Somewhere around that
it's
point.
exactly that time frame.
It's really close.
So if we aim for end of semester, it wouldn't be ready for the January board meeting, so February board meeting would, and then that's 6 months from now, so that,
The board meeting's not next meeting, the 23rd.
But we can also say we'll come back with regular updates or, you know, something like that. Other questions, concerns? So the current motion would be then that we send out with the monthly update a link that will be linked to our webpage with the document. We'll add in there that this is the current status, but that look forward to future updates, something like that.
We could be that flexible.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yep.
Put that to a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
I-
Opposed? So the motion passes 5-0. Good discussion. All right, next one is, so the Board of Director bylaw discussion. So this is a document here. Amanda, if you could pull up, not necessarily this one, sorry, but if you could pull up the CII. This was the meeting that we had a week or so ago, together with our attorney, with Randy, with our authorizer, and myself. So we touched on a number of different topics, and what we tried to do was kind of what we were talking a month or two back, you know, what if any changes do we need to do to our board? And that was when we were kind of we were trying to take in a bunch of different pieces of information, one of which was the investigation with some suggestions on how we could maybe change our board, taking in some legal advice from our attorney, taking in our authorizer's advice, and I will be clear, we are the board, we're responsible for it, so these are just opinions that we get to kind of entertain and think about. So I'm going to go through each one of these topics, if that's all right, and then I'll open it up to questions. So we went through the board composition. So right now we have 5. That's too small. We've missed 1 or 2 and we're down to 3. So I think 5 is maybe not the best number. So targeting 7 to 9 seems to be about right. It's also consistent with other school boards similar size to us. So I think if we can kind of try to get us back into that 7 to 9 number, I think that makes sense. We thought that made sense. There is a bullet point here aligning with the strategic plan of the board of directors, so that kind of makes sense. In terms of diversity, how do we include different skill sets? How do we include different demographics? Here we listed protected classes, how can we do that? Socioeconomic, and then the middle school, high school representative, because we have 2 different kind of groups represented, and they have different needs and they have different desires. So take that as you will, as we're looking to build up, our board. How do we include a more diverse skill set and more diversity all around? I think that's something that we can always strive to do better at. The board member roles, so we need to make sure that we have clear expectations of the board member roles. I think we were a little lax in that in the past. I think, and sorry for those folks that are applying. I mean, we didn't do a fantastic job of spelling out exactly what it is to expect. A lot of the questions that came to me was, I want to help, but what's involved? And I don't have an easy, like, here's the 3 bullet points. Some of it's I learn on the job, but I think Randy's helping us move towards a more concrete sort of thing where we can say, here's basically you're responsible for governance of the school, you're responsible for policies, you're not responsible for administration. I think those are kind of the big differences that we're all learning together here as we work together. And if we can keep those clear and clean, the school is just going to run so much better together. I think sometimes folks feel on the board we can help choose your curriculum or help you design classrooms or whatever it is. And when you push back, from the administration to say, keep to your lane, you help us with the policies and help us with the governance, right? And that's what we're responsible for, and we should be focused on. And then the parent-teacher committee is another one, right? They get to do the fun stuff, right? The pizza parties and whatever, PTA. So there are different things that we can do to help the school with, but the board has an important role. It's carved out, but it's special. What do you call it? Not special. It doesn't overlap and it doesn't have overreaching arms into every certain committee or administration. So the differentiation between the board and administration needs to be quite clear. We currently have 4 teachers, 3 parents, 2 community members. I wasn't around, I don't think, when that was decided. I think that was before my time. Again, the 9 makes sense, but a proposal that came up for us to discuss is 3 teachers, 3 parents, and 3 community. The reason this came up was just to kind of try to balance out the board a little bit. One of the critiques, if you will, of the previous board that we had set up was it was hard sometimes for the teachers to switch their hats from the teacher to the board. And sorry, I think we have only 1 teacher on here tonight. But it's a hard thing because if you're talking about calendars, you're talking about salaries, you're talking about whatever, it's much easier as a parent to come in and say, make the teachers work, right? And so, but that's not the role of the board. The board is supposed to be responsible for the school. I'm not supposed to represent my children at the school, right? We're supposed to represent the school and make decisions based on the school, and that's hard. So one idea was to help us with that is if we could, almost inherently there's a little bit of a teacher bias in the board with 4, and if we can help steer that more to make it again more even, was the proposal of 3, 3, and 3. So something for us to think about. Any and all of these changes are not so easy, just so we're clear for everyone who's listening. A bylaw change is one of our most difficult changes. I think we have to have a couple of readings, a couple of passes, and it needs to go to the whole staff and be approved and come back again. So it's not that we're making a decision tonight, but the idea was with these, if we can have a discussion with some of these sort of ideas, we could have a governance committee draft up some things that could be reviewed, right, and potentially changed. Student representative, we've talked about this before. Again, it came up to target maybe 1 middle and 1 high school, but we would allow up to 2 representatives. That's currently, I think we allow up to 2 representatives anyways, so it was just maybe we target 1 middle and 1 high, but there was some discussion about some of the middle schoolers may not be quite ready enough to contribute to the board discussion, but I think it depends on the student, right? I mean, we don't know. So allow that flexibility. For the term, we had 3 years was the current. They were asking to maintain 3 years. It takes a year to kind of get up to speed, and then you're only productive for a year or two after that. It's generally what I've seen. Yeah, target middle school, high school representatives. Is that big enough for you guys to see? Are you following along? Do you need a bigger?
It's really small.
Amanda, could you go just a little bigger with the font? Please. Thank you. Another thing on the terms was an idea, a suggestion, so we don't have any kings or queens, is we set up a 1 year break, a period of break in between 2 terms. So this is my 2nd term. I would not be, if we implement this, I would not be able to run for a 3rd one. There'd be a break. And it's just set up so we don't get groupthink or get stuck or whatever, right? So it's same we do for presidents was the suggestion there. We don't have anything in there right now. I think a person could continue to run forever. When we talk about officer positions, we need to discuss the requirement of a teacher, non-teacher. And the reason this one came up is just as an example, if we had a fantastic community member like Jeff or otherwise, if they want to run for chair, we don't really have a situation that can manage that right now. Right now we're calling out that it needs to be a teacher or a non-teacher, and then we have to have the opposite. So it's up for us to discuss once we're done, then we'll come back to that one. And board members' conduct. So we need to have some way to remove a board member who's not performing. And one of the ideas that came up was we have the oath of office. We also have the board of ethics, not the board of ethics, the code of ethics. So one way to kind of firm that up a little bit was just say, have folks sign. I mean, you're already kind of responsible for it, but have folks sign the code of ethics. So if we ever in the future have a reason to say, here's an instance of someone who's not following a code of ethics and we can't have this person sit on the board anymore, we have that discussion, bring it back to the board, and then have a discussion about what we do about that. But we don't have a clean process right now on how to manage that, so if it was spelled out a little bit more clearly.
Because right now, there is a policy, 209, I believe, that's adopted, that is Board of Directors Code of Ethics. So there's something already adopted by us, but it's just a matter of how we hold.
I've seen nothing about what happens when they're not.
Right, and that would be in our bylaws.
It's a suggestion that we maybe add a sentence in it that says, if so-and-so, if a board member is no longer following the Board of Ethics policy 209, here's what you do. You have a whatever.
Do we want to talk about this now, or you
We
want
can
to
do
get to
any,
the
let me
end
just
and then
finish and then we'll
discuss?
come back to all of them. Is that okay? So,
Yep.
so that we have the Code of Ethics. If you're failing to meet the responsibilities, we need a way to manage that. So perhaps we could adopt the Code of Ethics. And then clearly stating conflict of interest. We had instances in the past where there were conflicts of interest that were not clearly stated. And I think without all of us knowing that folks had conflicts, it's hard for us to take their input without knowing that they may be trying to steer the conversation a certain way. And not mentioning any names or even saying that it's someone here, but we have had that in the past. So we need to get a better way of making sure people understand conflict of interests are okay, but they need to be stated when we ask, do you have any conflicts? Section 14, I can't speak because of whatever, fine. Then it's clear. But we haven't gotten into a good groove of doing that one just yet. So yeah, now I'll open up to any and all. If we want to, we start at the top, maybe the number of board members. Where are you guys at?
I am kind of thinking 7, where we'd have 3 teachers, 3 parents, 1 community member. Just because I think it will be really hard to find 3 community members. It's always been hard to find one in the past, or they've resigned, after a year they're gone. 3, I think, would be so hard.
I was going to comment on the 3 community.
Yeah.
My first time I ran unopposed. The second, I just re-ran unopposed. Jeff's seat was filled by write-ins because there was no candidate, right?
Right.
So I'm not opposed to the 3 community members. I'm wondering if we could have 3 parents, 3 teachers, 2 community, and a wild card. I don't know if that,
What would the what? What's a wild?
it could be a parent, it could be anybody.
Oh.
Parent, teacher, or
Okay.
community member. Yeah, I'm concerned of finding quality community members. The other thing is, another thing I don't know if we've really taken advantage of, we have a good alumni pool, and it'd be nice to get more alumni on the board. I think we have a good perspective. That's my bias, though. But we've been doing this for 20 years. We've got 20 graduating classes to pull board members from, potentially. So what my concern is, if we can't find anybody, then are we not in compliance of our bylaws? Yeah. And then kind of another topic, the period breaks. I think that might make sense for parents and teachers, but again, if we're having problems with community members, and then, I want to run again, but there's no one else, and I can't for a year, then we're, so.
What's the point of the break?
I
Breaking up
think
power.
just breaking up power a little bit, and also this,
Giving
I
somebody
mean,
else a
if
chance, maybe?
if,
Or-
just pick on me, I mean, if I am dead set on expansion and I push us all, we're gonna expand, and I don't give anyone else a chance to ever come in
Okay,
and do anything
okay.
otherwise, I don't think that that's right for the school. I think if it's a good idea,
So it's
it doesn't
maybe
matter who's in
somebody-
charge, we keep pushing forward.
Fresh opinions, and if it gives
Yeah.
other parents or other
That's the idea.
teachers
Okay.
a voice,
Okay.
I
So
agree
it's
with
not
it
like a
for
popularity
teachers and
thing,
parents,
it's
but
always-
community is so hard to fill. Unless there's a rider, I don't know how to word this in the bylaws, but at least for community member, the exception is for the break is if there's no other candidates or something like that. I don't know though, but like from a finance standpoint, I'm going on my third year as the treasurer. I at some point would like someone else to step in at least for a year, just because like a lot of fraud is caught, and I'm not admitting to anything, with just best practices, getting a fresh eyes in there.
Right.
So, like from the accounting world, that's very common to have some kind of turnover or like forcing turnover. So.
And this, I'm just saying too, is we kind of a small board, this might be a really good conversation next month when we have 9 members, you know what I mean?
Sure.
It might be good to come back, have this discussion, and then we have some more input from some people too. It'd be good to go to the governance and then come back for more discussion, because it's not something we have to decide quick.
What do you-
I had a thought. I could see a something in the bylaws like if a community seat cannot be filled, then we could open it up for teachers or parents for something. I don't know. It's
Yeah, the wild
it gets
card idea.
but it gets really tricky, and then all these ifs and
Elections, yeah.
And as a school, I think we need to do a better job kind of recruiting those community members. Just, I think too, because I went to a Chamber of Commerce meeting like 3 weeks ago, and we were received really well, which was incredible. So, so then, so if you're going out and asking, it's just, we need to go out and recruit those community members.
Kind of to build on that, I mean, I don't think it's fair to say that the best chair, vice chair, whatever, is currently employed or a parent out, our community. I think we can have somebody from the community that could be fantastic at chairing a group, and we should allow them to do that. And then, one of my thoughts is we could entertain removing this restriction of teacher, non-teacher, and just say whoever is the best fit, whatever our makeup is. I think the concern that I would have is if we have a teacher chair, a teacher vice chair, a teacher,
And I
finance
think
and
that was,
whatever.
and I think that was the point
Yeah.
too, more that you don't have 2 parents or 2 teachers. Because we didn't have community members. When we first started, it wasn't part of a board makeup. And then we had to add one. So I think that was just to keep it more even, right?
another
Checks and
thought.
balances.
If we're talking about keeping, like, I don't know if the best practice would be to allow a teacher to be the treasurer because they're on payroll and like,
you know, they're in a place where they're actually getting checks from the school. Now, I mean, I don't think, it's just something to talk about. I don't think it's, should be prohibited, but it's just kind of that, we're talking about conflicts of interest. And you're on payroll, you're getting money from the school, and you're in charge of the school's money, so.
One thing that I didn't capture in the notes but came up as the same was the teacher as a chair. Only because the chair would then evaluate the admin, right? And that can cause some issues. It puts them in a tough spot because if they, let's say they're on a performance improvement, just example, then how can they go back in a fair way and provide feedback? I know it's the board, but at the same time, the chair has some things that are kind of like different meetings or different responsibilities. So I didn't capture it in here, but it goes back to that, is there a more clean way that we can kind of spell out the different officer positions and requirements? I think we're all trying to do the right thing. It's just how do we put that down in words so that we can make the board responsible going forward. We don't have to solve it tonight, but I kind of wanted to get your guys' thoughts or concerns so that as we start drafting some amendments to the bylaws.
What if it's 3, 3, and 3, but the community members have a 1-year term? Would that draw more?
I think that,
I mean,
People?
right now technically it's a 2-year term.
Oh,
No,
it's
it's
a
3.
2? No, I thought it was
Community
2.
I think it's 2.
You know what, we thought it was 2, but I think in our bylaws it
Oh.
says.
It really
I
is
thought it
3.
was 2, but
Yeah,
it's-
Dan.
Because we were on a cycle where it was
Used to
a
be.
parent, a community, and a
That's
teacher.
right.
Parent, community, teacher, and then
okay.
2 teachers and parent.
Okay.
At one point, we talked about,
It being 2?
I think it was.
it was like,
Yeah,
we had 2 community members that were gonna turn over every other year, so they're on a 2-year
Okay.
term. And then the parents would be a 3-year term, so there's always a parent turning over, and then the teachers being a 4-year term, and there's always a teacher always turning over, and it just like,
But it never changed?
We
Never
never
was
changed that.
I
Okay.
think that's a good idea, because maybe for a community member, ooh, that's a 3-year, that's a.
Yeah, 3
maybe-
years. Yeah,
But 1 is like, they're not really even, you know, I mean, maybe it is 2.
yeah,
for a community.
I felt like it took me a good year to figure everything out,
right,
and then you're done.
yeah.
So I think 1 is too short. 2 might be better.
If we're trying to.
The only other thing I wanted to talk about was the board member conduct thing at the bottom. I really think we have to be really careful about removing board members or having even a policy where we remove a board member. I think if you have an issue with a board member, you have to wait till the next election. Because who decides? You're unethical. Well, no, I'm not.
It's the board decision.
Yeah, but that we don't like the way you vote. We're all gonna vote you out next time. That it could
I
be
agree too.
an issue.
I think if it gets to the point where someone's being removed from the board, if we follow the chain of command, the authorizer's above the board.
So the authorizer decides, you mean?
It's a board, according to your bylaws, it's a majority vote of the board. But it does say for just cause, but I think there has to, I mean, in my previous school, we had to remove a board member for, it was pretty serious.
Something
And
big.
we needed to have an out. And it would be, if you didn't, then you're stuck for 3 years with some unethical practice. There has to be a way for the board to police itself, and I think that's really
But
important.
I just think the
And that's-
problem is how to decide.
does it
Who
need to be stated more
decides?
specifically?
Right, yeah,
like-
what egregious act will cause you to get voted off? Because if
Or
it's
examples?
a group of us are like, we don't like the way you're voting.
Sure.
You're
And I think,
unethical.
well, we do have legal, and I think that's something we would, I think as part of that, we would consult with our legal
I think,
experts.
so, I mean, right now, our board tends to vote mostly in one way. That could be wrong, right? I mean, we want to bring in more diversity. So I think, at least
Right.
from my perspective, I'm totally fine if we have a couple of people voting one way or the other, because we should have a different thoughts, all different kinds of, thinking on everything. Otherwise, it would just, what's the point? We just need one person, right, to run through. So it can't be that, I agree with you, it can't be that I don't like the way you
Okay.
vote, I don't like the way you look, I don't like the way whatever.
But maybe
It's
yeah, if it's
something,
spelled out
yeah,
specifically.
we talked a little bit about that because, if it's a teacher, we will have access to, this is what they did or the instances. If it's a parent, it may be harder because how are we gonna know that? So we started getting into a dicey sort of situation where we don't want to treat different board members differently. We want to treat everyone with the same sort of bar. So that's why we started steering towards, we have the ethics that we're saying we're all going to be responsible for following the ethics as a board member. And if you start breaking that, just as an example, you could bring that back. I think I would propose an individual, maybe the board chair, whoever has a discussion with that person and say, here's a situation. We're afraid that you may be breaking the ethics policy and here's why. Give them a chance to come back. Maybe that's sufficient, right? It's a misunderstanding. If not, that continues or they refuse to change, then I think it should come back to the board, perhaps a closed session where you have a discussion about here's what happened. And it can't be a popularity contest. It needs to be egregious, as you mentioned, something like
Well,
that.
and we do have a unofficial mechanism for teacher board members, because if we terminate them, then they lose their ability to be on the board. But we can't
Yeah,
do
but
that
you gotta
with
be
parents
careful
or-
with that because, you allow the administration to control
right.
the.
But we don't have a
positions.
mechanism.
I mean, that's dangerous.
That's true too.
There's, I suppose, a mechanism for parents if their kids are expelled, they're no longer eligible to be
So
a parent
for-
member.
For the
But
sake of tonight,
Okay.
I'll take it as it's a sensitive subject, which
Yep,
we've kind of
we need to be
identified.
careful.
We
is
need to
all
be
I'm
careful
saying.
on how it's written, and well, I think we need a legal opinion as well to make sure that we're not
Yeah.
going down any path that's
I
not.
think when we get our bylaws ready, we'll run them past
Yeah,
Laura's. I think that would be something we would
Good.
bring in,
Okay.
is what you're talking about, just to make sure.
Okay.
It's-
so the last one was the oath of office, which I have here for folks. It's listed here if you want to reference it, but do we want to strengthen that in any way, or are we just going to say that's sufficient as is? Any thoughts?
Which one again? I'm sorry.
The oath of office is 13C III 1. The last one. And basically, it just says, by signing this document, I accept the appointment to the Math and Science Academy Board of Directors, hereby publicly affirm my commitment to the oath of office.
I think it kind of relies on other factors. I mean, you're basically saying, the oath is I'm going to follow the rules, policies, and bylaws of the organization.
Well, and might that be a discussion after, if we
bylaws are
change
done.
That's what I mean.
the bylaw,
Take
then
away the
come back to
bylaws, the
this?
policies and like ethics description, and
Yeah.
then it probably just falls right under there. It's not so much the oath.
That could come back once our bylaws are,
Sure.
once we have more said bylaws with that language.
I know you mentioned having board members sign the actual ethics policy, but if we reword this, that kind of,
That was the idea, was maybe just add a little bit in here, I'll follow the policies, the bylaws.
I think
Something like
Isn't
that.
that under the oath?
I don't see it written explicitly in there currently. It's the Constitution of the United States is in there.
I swear to affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and this state, and that I will discharge faithfully the duties as a member of the Math and Science Board of Directors to the best of my judgment and ability. I could interpret it that includes following the ethics, all policies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would too, and it was just a
Yeah.
question of, do we want to make that more explicit, or do we just say, this is good enough?
I think it's good.
Leave it? Is that what I'm hearing?
For now.
Okay.
Just going back, I just want
Yeah,
two comments. Number of members, I think one of the reasons we picked 9, say rather than 7, I mean, it's just a matter of resources, right? I mean, we had committees and whatnot. If you have 7, then we all have to show up at more committees.
It's true.
The other one is just to note a possible thing for consideration is a lot of organizations have a progression before you become chair. So now, I don't know if I'm suggesting this, but I've been in an organization where you basically had to be the secretary, the treasurer, vice chair, and then finance. So it's a 5-year commitment. Because you're actually, so obviously too much, but the concept was a progression of training, understanding, and being able to watch someone actually be chair.
Well,
So-
at one point, we talked about, like,
Chair goes to vice chair. so-
Yeah.
your vice chair, the first year,
And then
and then your
automatically
chair.
become the chair. So it's a 2-year commitment for the
But
officer
if we
position.
take that away from teachers, then teachers also can't be vice chair.
But the problem with that is having, your natural progression is you have to actually decide in the middle of your term, because if you're in the 3rd year of your term, then technically you couldn't be
Right.
the chair if you were sitting as vice chair. because-
And then if we have,
Early
especially if we have
on.
that break year, you can't even
It's true.
Right.
rerun, yeah,
So,
it's,
Anyway, it gets complicated, we don't have to decide that now, but
What
progression
if
is.
you can't do chair the first year, as a board
Yeah.
member, something like
You
that?
probably, yeah.
You probably won't get it, but just you have to sit for a year before you
Yeah.
run for chair.
Not limits, but maybe it's, to be a chair, you've been a board member for at least a year.
Something like that.
And then,
well, we may wanna think
Then
about
you-
that for all officer positions, you can't be an officer until your
The
second
only,
year.
the only thing
Just
is
because
that
there's so, like, when
want
I
a
came in,
secretary.
I knew nothing.
yeah, we need a secretary, and a lot of
Yes,
times we
I-
need a treasurer that
Well,
needs to
like-
I
take.
can see the chair, because there's so much more responsibility, and I think you need to have a better understanding of it all, and I think if the other two, I think it's okay, I would say.
It's just, my first year I came in, it took me a good year to really figure out
Yeah.
what was going on.
What if we just recommend that you have a year before you take an officer position, for any officer position, something like that?
I don't think that's a big deal, because can't think of anyone that wanted to be an officer their first year. I'm looking back.
Really probably if you haven't had a big turnover. You have
So
a lot
that,
of-
like
Yeah,
we
you
have
have
right
to
now.
say-
And I like, we have many
He's gonna
officers.
do
You
right?
can't wait another
Yeah,
year
right.
for a secretary.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if we paint ourselves into a box, it may-
At least the chair, because then at least gives them some.
And then the final comment to the wild card that Cody was mentioning, a lot of schools do that, and I can't remember if it's, the wild card would be parent community member, I think that's the usual one. It's not, teachers usually not involved, it's usually kind of, you could be a parent or a community member to fill this one position.
Hmm. If we had this wild card one, you're saying?
Yeah,
Okay,
And it's only because of the issue of finding a community member, and less about the balance. Yeah. It's less about balance than about filling the position. And a lot of times, they're still open.
Yeah. Okay, good discussion. So I think what I would like for this one is, we'll put out, maybe if we know when, we can put out a call for governance participation. Folks that can sit in, the community is welcome to attend. We'll set up a meeting, probably a virtual one to encourage attendance.
That's a good
And
idea.
then we'll go through some of these things and we'll start mocking up bylaws.
So, once we get more people involved, as a matter of course, is it a good thing to have you as the chair also chairing the governance committee?
Ideally, no. When we had, I think it's a good
Right.
question. When we had Eric before, I thought
He
that
was
made
perfect,
sense.
right? Yeah, he wasn't the chair.
Because he's not the chair. so-
Not another officer either.
Yeah. So,
So something,
so let's think about that as it goes forward. I'm totally open to giving that one to
Yeah,
somebody
and-
else.
I'm
But
trying to help you there.
Yeah.
And somebody on the board doesn't have to be the chair of that, or do they have to?
We
Yeah,
have
they
to.
we
have
have
to.
to, right now, it has to be an officer. Is what you
Because it's a
wrote.
committee.
I know, like,
That's-
finance has to be the treasurer.
Right,
But this is a new governance, or this is a new thing, so I
Right.
think we can,
Let's revisit those
Okay.
rules at the
We can
first
change
meeting
that
and we
easily.
can
Yeah.
That's
tweak it.
Well, thank you. No different than the expansion committee. I just
Right.
happen to
Just
be
membership,
on
but
the
not
board.
necessarily chair.
I don't have-
But I think this one's big enough, it should be a proper committee, not our subcommittees where we,
Yes.
okay, good. How are you guys doing? Are we okay to do 14 before we take a break? Okay, so 14 was the annual review of the 531 Pledge of Allegiance policy. And I didn't put your name down, Maggie, but we
No.
did talk about it.
oh, okay. So, in the past, the board has always voted to sign a waiver to waive saying the pledge. We have to decide if we're gonna do that this year or not, or if we are going to adopt the policy without the waiver. I don't think anything in the policy needs to change at all. So really, the discussion will be what the board wants to do with the pledge and how, and then admin will then have to decide how they're going to do it should the policy. That's my understanding.
Right, like we have, it's flags.
Right,
Is this one of the policies where we actually have to vote on this every year?
yes.
Is that how?
I believe so.
why
It says in the
comes up?
policy.
And-
that
and
you have to-
And
Yeah, it
then-
says- It says annual on it.
That's
Yeah.
why
Yeah.
it keeps showing up. Okay.
Yes.
Every August.
Yeah, every August. And then, so in the past, the board has always voted to waive this policy. So I guess that's all. I don't know
Meaning
that.
we do not require
Waive the policy so that we will not require having to do this.
to say the pledge of allegiance.
Yes.
And or present.
Yeah,
it in some-
but passing the policy then we do, and then we need to, well, admin then would need to determine what that looks like, the process.
And then, I think we talked about in the past, you know, waiving that does not prevent students from doing the pledge if they want on their own.
True. And then,
Because when I was a student, I believe we had students that met
yes,
At the
in front of the
flagpole.
building and
Yep.
in the flagpole in the
Yep.
morning and said the pledge on their
yep,
own.
yep. That was
So
regular.
we're not, yeah, that option is still available for students.
Oh,
If we do the waiver.
either way.
Yeah.
But, Mr. Veach was saying, when we were talking about this, that no one has to either. So would you mind speaking to that in past schools?
Oh, I was just looking here, what it said.
Yes.
It's not specific waiver, it's just do we create, are we gonna let it waive it?
Are we gonna waive it?
Correct.
Yes.
It's not a specific waiver that we file anywhere, it's just a board decision.
Yeah.
If we're going to.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
If that makes sense.
But I think even if we don't waive it, it does say students can opt out of it anyways.
Of course,
So,
and that's all.
So I guess any further discussion, because this is listed as a discussion item, and then we have a decision item later, correct?
Oh,
Correct.
no, no, no.
Oh, so we
We
don't
should.
vote right now?
No.
Yeah, 15E is a decision. I'm trying to be a little more clear on what's discussion and what's decision.
Yeah.
So we'll decide at 15E, unless there's more discussion now. Okay. Then, how are you guys doing? Do you need a break, or are we gonna keep going? What do you
Take
think?
5 if possible.
I could take that.
5 minutes? Okay.
First.
I'll make a motion to take a 5-minute break at 7:40. Can you give a second?
I will second.
All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Amanda, can you lead us for 5 minutes? right, Amanda, can you back on? All right, welcome back, everyone. I have 7:47. We'll call the meeting back to order again. So we have section 15 decision. First one up, old business with the approval of the NTH contract. So we did a 1-month approval last month, and now we'd like to approve the finished contract. So any discussion on NTH contract?
Sorry.
I guess I should make a motion to approve it, and then can I get a second?
I was
Second.
No.
Maybe, is Jeff okay to second? Okay, Jeff a second. So now, any discussion?
So I remember we wanted to give it a month so that you could get through the final details. So then,
And this is the contract that's with those changes that
Yeah.
Okay.
the board wanted. So
And really, the big changes just happen to do with more, getting a better explanation. There really was no controversy, it was a matter of making sure we understood each other. One of the big things is we did ask them to reduce their broker fee if they had to, or when they buy and sell. So maybe sell our property and or buy a new piece of property. And they originally suggested 5, we asked for 4, got that. Dan asked a great question because if it involves selling C and D, of which we have options, buying C and D, of which we have options. And we just said, hey, exercising an option doesn't require a broker. They agreed, so they're not gonna apply their 4% on that. Little things like that. So, nothing controversial. They were very, very gracious in answering all our questions and really resolving all the issues. And I'd like to say quite a few in our favor.
well, and you were even saying, if I recall, that most of those had already been worked out, they just weren't in the document
Correct.
when we voted. Okay.
Right.
Correct. So we just wanted to make sure that we could attach it to the board packet really, and now it becomes the record.
I mean, everything was agreed upon. We just hadn't had Jim Martin, our attorney, write it all down.
Sure.
So that what you would be approving would be kind of marked up document as opposed to a complete document.
Other questions? So thanks for pushing through that, getting that. I'd like to take a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Okay.
So motion passes 5-0. So thanks to Expansion Committee and Jeff and Kate. So next up, an exciting one, so additional board member seating. So we have, it's close to what we have on the official agenda. We did make one extra one in between, but we'll start with the parent members. I do have, I got a note right before that one of the parent members, Pauline Ho, is unable to make it tonight. So she had submitted a letter. She got stuck with some travel, and so she asked that. I reminded her that all of you guys had a chance to read the letter. So my suggestion is that those parents that are in attendance get a chance to come up, at least introduce yourself. We have hopefully had a chance to read through the letter so we understand the background. I'm going to suggest that we do, and you guys tell me if this makes sense, we do a private ballot just with the names. I will tally them, but I want you to double check that I'm
Yes.
tallying correctly. So over my shoulder, making sure the numbers add up correct. And then, so basically, we'll go in the order that I have here on the list, and we'll have folks come up, give a brief introduction, and then we'll ask the parent members that are in attendance to kind of step out while we just kind of quick rally, and then I'll come out and grab you and bring you back in and let you know the outcome. So, and then the plan was initially to go over the teacher members and seating. We have had a change of the agenda where we're going to add one extra just clarification step. So we have 3 teacher positions tonight that 2 is quite clear for seating, and 1 we just need to make sure that we're all aligned as a board on the best way to move forward with. So we'll do that one after that, and then we'll have everyone, I'll read the oath of office and we'll sign it everyone together, and we'll have a new board. Does that make sense to those? Okay. Are you guys okay with the paper ballot?
Mhm.
Writing down a name? Okay. I will need some paper, but
We all have paper.
I have.
yes, you gave us paper, so we have paper in our board packet. Thank you. So can I start with Ms. Patel?
Is there anything particular you'd like to know from me?
No.
I'll just introduce myself.
Yeah.
and get a statement.
Sorry, you've got the first one. So, I mean, just a brief, try to keep it to a few minutes.
Oh, sure.
If you can, yeah. So.
My name is Hedel Patel. I have 5 children here, ranging from my baby's a senior to my twins entering 7th grade. We are a COVID MSA family. We kind of entered MSA when COVID hit. So we haven't had a normal school year. When it comes to, obviously this school is everything to us. My kids live here. They wish there was more food here. I mean, we live real close by, so it's just, there's probably not 10 minutes in my household where an MSA person or the building, just something about MSA is not brought up. It's just very integrated into our household, the school. When it comes to board governance, and I know I'm kind of the new one on the scene, part of that is because I have 5 and I've been trying to work and going through COVID, but to me, successful board governance, especially when you're governing anything that is in the public domain, when you're entrusted with others and others' money, their children, their property, it's about a duty of, well, I guess maybe the art of security and the art of deference. We have to provide, or I should say the board has a duty to provide security to its teachers, its students, in terms of education, in terms of their bodies, and deference to serve as a layperson and give the matter to an expert for evaluation and opinion when you don't know. So those are the 2 things that I try to keep in the forefront of my mind all the time, because I feel like if I do, and this isn't just in terms of public board governance, but in anything I think that has to do with the public domain, it will keep you from making critical errors. It'll keep me from making critical errors, because I do believe in the fiduciary duties of loyalty and honesty. And if I keep in my mind that I believe in those duties and that other people also are coming forward to volunteer with those duties at the forefront of their minds, then we can, or hopefully elevate board governance so that it's not bogged down in fear with every decision that needs to be made. So that's, any questions? I don't know. I'm nervous.
No, and thank you. And one thing I wasn't clear about, and I apologize for this for everyone. I mean, so we have a 2-year term left on a parent position, and normally we would do an election. We'll talk about it a little bit later, but so we would do an election for a parent spot, but once one is vacated, which we happen to have in the past month or 2, we have the term left and the board has the flexibility of doing like this. So that's why this is a little bit different for those watching at home. If you're wondering why we're not doing an election, we kind of are, but it's a subset of it. So thanks for being the first one up.
Yeah, and so, that actually raises another thing
Yeah,
for
sure.
me. I think one thing that the board right now, it's actually a very special thing to kind of see, is that you kind of know the mistakes that have been made, right? Like, there's been a formal evaluation, you've received input from people, you're deferring to experts now. So it's such a special thing to know your weakness and know the errors you've made, because if you can just catch yourself from making those same errors, again, you just elevate governance. And that to me is really, I know it's a negative thing to have to go through that, but it's just that little turnkey to positivity that I think is special right now. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next up, I have Jackie Smidley.
Hi,
Hey,
I'm Jackie Smidley. I'm actually going to very respectfully rescind my self-nomination. I am actually a substitute teacher here at MSA, and it has kind of been brought to my attention that could perhaps be a conflict of interest that I hadn't even considered. And so I think that these other candidates are amazing and would be wonderful additions to the board. And so I am also very grateful to be able to watch this board meeting happen, and I'm grateful to all of you for your service to the school that I continue to love, and am grateful to have my kids be a member of. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jackie. So just one clarification for the board. I mean, so I was just made aware here today, so thank you so much for substituting here to get at the school, because we certainly need folks doing that, for sure. And one thing, just going through, I mean, it's quite clear staff, you know, like, a substitute teacher will be paid for by the school, so it kind of almost becomes like a staff position. I just wanted to make sure, and that was my email back to you, was to just kind of say, hey, I don't know where this falls, but it kind of feels a little bit closer to a teacher than it does a parent, although you're also a parent, right? So
Absolutely, and like I said, you know, I think that to take the ambiguity out of it, because there are these other wonderful candidates, that it just step away.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you.
well, yeah, thanks for hanging in there for this meeting, and I appreciate your help, so. Great.
So, Jack, you said you were a substitute teacher?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, I mean, our bylaws do say that, you know, you're eligible so long as you're, you know, no more than a .5 FTE as a teacher, and I believe as staff you cannot be, so, on the board. So I just want to make sure we understand the rules correctly.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Leanne?
Hi, I'm Leanne Ahmed, and I have 3 sons, 2 here at MSA, Idris and Yusuf, 10th grade and 7th. I had previously run for the open seat this past spring, and Dan won the seat, but I had expressed interest, and in my interest I shared that I am a government administrator. I work for Ramsey County as a policy and planning analyst in housing and homeless services. In my role, I do manage budgets and staff. I manage upwards to $50 million in contracts, so very familiar with federal, state, and foundation fundraising, contract management, as well as strategic planning and staff development. In Ramsey County, we have huge initiatives underway around diversity and inclusion and racial equity, and I am very involved with those initiatives, so I've learned a lot about racial equity tools. I'm passionate about supporting students with disabilities, and one of the tools that I worked with at Ramsey County when I was a planner for disability services was we were analyzing how many people were leaving the program voluntarily. And sometimes when people with disabilities leave voluntarily or quietly leave, which is something we saw in our report, we just assume that that was their choice. And it's our responsibility when we're talking about equity to really dig in and find out, why did they leave, why were they uncomfortable? And so putting together a tool was something that I was had an experience with doing, to find out that most of those people who voluntarily left with disabilities actually also identified as Asian. And they were maybe of the Hmong community, for example, and didn't know what their rights were. And so, excuse me, take a breath. So, you know, you just have to dig a little bit deeper, and that's something I'm very passionate about, and I would bring that policy perspective to the board. I am a person with a disability. I am considered deaf, even though I don't like to say that because people expect a certain thing about what it means to be deaf, but I am severe hard hearing. I was born with that disability, and I use accommodations like I read lips, and I use Bluetooth for the phone, and I use closed captioning. I've requested the board to provide closed captioning during the virtual meetings, and that wasn't something the board was able to support me with at the time. So know that if I'm in this role, I will be advocating for children who may not necessarily have the same voice and advocacy built within themselves yet. So I'm really excited, love being at MSA. It's been a great place for my students, for my kids who also use special education services. So that's a little bit about me. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. The last one, I was told beforehand she's had some travel problems, is unable to make it, but hopefully everyone got a chance to read her write-up, and then also should be in the board packet, so if anyone at home. And I would just say, fantastic turnout. You know, I'm really excited to see so many folks willing to put in so much time. Maybe you don't know how much time it is, but no, but I mean, but really to step up and say you want to help out with the school and make the school a better place. So thank you so much for everyone, you know, putting your name out there. And we had a couple others as well, and we were going back and forth. So I think that it's just a great overall community. I won't belabor that too much. I will ask maybe the two, Jackie, you're welcome to stay back if you want. What I'd like to do though is have the people write your names. Any other questions for the parents before they go? Otherwise, write your names. Yeah, so maybe step out for just a minute, and then in case we need to have any discussion or clarification, then I can come out and grab you.
We can tell.
Oh, for talent. Oh, very close. So we have only 5 votes. Is everyone okay with me saying the number? I think that's okay.
We published the election numbers.
Yeah.
We have a number of elections.
Should we bring them back?
Yeah. Do you want to know ahead of time?
Well,
There's a winner.
Before you
There is a
announce, or, I mean, the one thing we did go by or discuss is, are we just gonna do it by simple majority or any other type of selection?
Oh.
So we're only 5.
Right.
We are only
I was,
5.
oh, okay. That's
I mean,
good.
it would make sense, I'm not saying it's not right, before we, I mean, are we okay with that? It sounds like we're close, so
Yep.
we're only 5.
Majority, right?
Yeah,
Well-
simple majority,
Yeah, we have a 3-2 vote.
yeah.
So, I guess my concern was if we had, Jeff, you and I spoke, if we had like a 2 and a 2 or
Yeah,
something like
yeah.
that, what does that mean? But if we don't have that right now, we have a majority.
Okay, I mean, just as long as we have that
Okay.
agreement, I'm good with that.
So, yeah, you want to bring, or someone grab? So thank you so much. I mean, yeah, fantastic statements, and I know I appreciate you guys helping out. We did have a vote. It was very close, 3-2. We have a small board, so feel good no matter the outcome. Ms. Patel, you did win the outcome with a vote of 3-2. So Leanne, I know you're super helpful with the different expansion committees and whatnot, so please continue to help. I feel bad if we had a misstep on the closed captioning or whatever, but work with me and we'll get that sorted out. So please continue to help us as you have been. So I would like, on behalf of the board, to offer Ms. Patel the remainder 2-year seat for the parent. So congratulations. So thank you very much, and then we'll do the seating once we finish with the teachers. So we'll move on to the next one, which is, so we have three teacher spots for seating tonight. We need to talk about the one which is the 3-year term. So the 3-year term, what happened was we had an election, as per normal, we had an election in the summer. We did have
You mean the spring?
Spring, but it would have been seated in June, correct?
Yes.
Yep, so we should have had a seating in June. That person did write a letter resigning from the board, from that position. So we actually had a little bit of a pause as a board. We had a number of moving parts and we didn't know exactly what we were supposed to do. We have bylaws, we have procedures, so in the end, now we need to go through and make sure that we're following the current bylaws and procedures. That's the rule, so we have to do it that way. So that's different than, let's say, what we did just now with the parents, which is a remainder of a term. So right now, just so we're clear, June, we did not seat that,
Seat.
we didn't seat the seat. Yeah, we didn't seat the seat. The individual, because we did have a letter of resignation from that board. In July, we talked a little bit about some of our different options. And in the last month, we did have a vote where we said, here's the plan from the administration. We have 3 teachers who are raising their hand saying they want to help. So we have a teacher for the 1-year term, we have a teacher for a 2-year term, and we have a teacher for the 3-year term. And that was voted on and approved, not unanimous, but we did have a board vote and it was approved last month. So up for debate tonight is, are we comfortable with what we did in July, or do we need to have a revisit before we finish that discussion, and then move on from there to seat the remaining teacher position? So that's up for debate right now.
So last time we were in this situation, we seated someone as an interim seat until an election was held.
But it wasn't the same situation.
It was slightly different because that election, if I recall, was that person ran unopposed, so there was no
Correct.
backup candidate, or there was no second place candidate.
Correct.
So that's kind of
That's the difference.
that's the
And that
difference.
This time, there is another candidate who also received votes.
And just, I did contact our attorney, Laura Booth, and I talked to her about the situation today. And she said that on May 27th, in the person who was elected, she had quite a long letter that she submitted to the board, and on page 11, she does state she's resigning from the board. So it was a written resignation, which constitute one of the 3 things in our bylaws as resigning from the board. So she said that we are in our rights to go ahead with what we had decided on in last month with appointing that person who was a second in votes to that position for 3 years. So she said, yes, definitely, we can go ahead with that because the person did resign her seat.
But she was never seated, so she,
No, but it's-
regardless
it still
of
was-
how, but regardless of how she worded her letter, this person was never seated, so was never on the board. So she may have inaccurately stated that she resigned her seat, but she was never seated, so she was never on the board. So the bylaws basically say there are 3 ways you can have a vacancy on the board. A resignation from someone who is on the board, and I think that's what Ms. Booth was addressing.
Yeah.
But that's not possible because this person actually was never on the board, so she couldn't have resigned. I mean, by definition, she was not on the board yet. She was voted on the board, but never made it to the board. And the 2 others don't apply. So,
Well, she did state though, and I told her this person wasn't seated yet, but she says, no, she resigned yet. Regardless, we have a letter, even though it wasn't,
Yeah, but
she wasn't seated yet, so.
you're using words of a person who just said, hey, I can no longer serve on this board. You cannot use that as a reason for her actually having been on the board. I mean, you just can't, because she was never on the board. So, that's my position. I mean, you can go, at least we have an attorney saying that, but I gotta tell you, I don't agree with that position, because she was never on the board, period. You can't even make an argument that she was on the board. Right?
That's
She was-
kind of how I feel, because, and I looked back a year ago and Adam Bartz brought up that exact scenario where the person wasn't seated, we'll put someone in temporarily and then do another election. And it's such a long term, it's a 3-year term. I just feel like it would be more open and honest with the public if they got to vote again. I don't think anybody's gonna complain if we just have an election again.
And, well, In the bylaws, though, it doesn't state or give the board power to hold a separate election. So I just want to state that, but, you know
But
what I mean?
we've done it before.
But it says in there, outside of a regular election, the board may seat open spots. So it doesn't say hold another election, it says the board, when there is a seat open, may appoint, right? It doesn't say, and it says it right there, it's on,
What if we seat someone temporarily until the next election next spring?
it doesn't say how long, it says, but it doesn't say, it says, let me find it here, under vacancies, it says, vacancies in membership position exclusive of regular elections shall be filled by a majority vote of the board. So-
Continue reading that definition, because it
The
provides a
position may be
definition.
considered vacant upon 3 consecutive missed meetings without hearing from the missing board member by written resignation or dismissal for cause.
A member of the board for written resignation. You have to be a member of the board to resign. This person was never seated, so they were never a member of the board. And we can even test that. She had no power to vote, she had no power to do anything on behalf of the board, so she wasn't on the board. She never took
Jeff,
the
what
oath.
would you
She
like,
never-
what would you propose? What would you like
I mean,
to
I
see?
think, and by the way, it has nothing to do with the end result. If we don't do this correctly, this position will remain, frankly, at risk for the next 3 years, and every vote that comes up from this, I just don't want to have to be looking over my shoulder wondering if we did the right thing. And that's why we're trying to figure out what this policy, and I appreciate, Laura Booth's opinion, that's interesting. So, since we did appoint last year, we'll do an interim. You can argue that nothing in the bylaws allows us to do it, but that is a way of, if we think we need a person and it filled immediately, that would be a way to do it. And having 9 people would be great, frankly. And we have some really interesting issues coming up. I think we should have 9, and we should see a teacher immediately if we can. And if it's interim and then we have a vote in September, October, we can seat that person. I assume that person's gonna run for the full-time position. They get seated in October, and then we follow the rules.
Follow
That's
the
one option.
The remainder of the 3-year term?
Yes.
So what, this is just a question.
Yeah.
So, what is the difference between the person who was elected, resigning, saying no, thank you, whatever, then going to the next candidate on the list?
Because rank order voting is an interesting animal in and of itself. In normal politics, you don't do it unless you tell voters ahead of time that you're gonna do it. I mean, it's actually accepted, you just
Yeah,
have to tell them ahead of time. So, some scenarios might be, a person might have voted differently if they knew there were different candidates on the ballot. Some people may actually run if they knew different candidates were on the ballot. All the numbers might be different given the makeup of the ballot. So to go and choose just because they're the second runner-up is not necessarily a valid way of saying, hey, that's the person everyone really wanted or chose. Because arguably,
I agree with that.
all these votes for another person were against all the other people.
Clarifying question, Randy, you're saying that we don't have the power to
Well, I
hold
don't know where
another?
it states having another election in here, and it doesn't state anywhere in the bylaws holding another election. So, but it does grant the board the right to appoint, so
appoint.
why not appoint until there is an election? So if you do an
So
interim,
interim.
and then next
Interim until
spring,
next
Okay.
spring?
and then next spring, you could
I
have
don't
that
feel
position
more
open then, I
comfortable
mean,
with that.
I just don't know how it's gonna help holding
It
another
also-
election this spring.
Sounds like, and this maybe when we talk about the election policy, we either need to put in the election policy stipulations if someone resign or
Rescinds or resigns.
rescinds their candidacy before they're seated. I don't know if that goes in the election policy or the bylaws.
It would be nice to be clear, though, that if the first place person doesn't take it, then we go to the second. I mean, because if we're not clear, yeah.
Well, I mean, if we choose that, that's an option, yes. I don't think that's automatic option, but that is an option.
So what I'm hearing is a proposal to seat until the next election, an interim for, till, when is it? May, April, May, something like that, whatever.
We start in like February.
It's in
January.
April, isn't it?
I
Or
thought it was April.
The
But
pro-
the seat would be up in June.
June, we put it, yeah.
So the election would take the normal course. June would be the chance that we might have 2 years left of that term, right?
Yeah, I mean, normally last year, we did the election quicker, but I think
we
that
did an
actually-
election in like October.
Yeah, but
But I'm
actually,
just-
I kind of like this because then we followed the normal course of the election activity. So, I mean, that'd be a good middle ground.
So can I propose that we do that with this position? Then I would make a motion that we have an interim, we post an interim position until the next election to be seated again in June.
Yeah. Are you asking for a second then?
Yeah.
You making a
Give me
motion?
a second.
I'll second.
Any further discussion on that proposal? We feel it's a reasonable interpretation of bylaws and policy.
What do you think?
I
Doable?
I think we should clarify things either in election policy or the bylaws.
In the future,
Yeah,
but
for
the one we
future.
have right now. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Great, good discussion. Thanks for everyone making sure we work together on this. So now we are on to teacher, it says teacher board member introduction. So I would like to have DJ, Teresa, and Wendell, maybe if we just go in that order, just quick introductions, and then I'll read the oath, and then we have the seating of the new members. Would that work?
Sure.
We do have the cameras over here, if you want to, somewhere in the middle.
Hello, I'm DJ Johnston. This is my second year at MSA. I came aboard last year, and I work in the middle school as a special education teacher. I've been on a number of other boards in other capacities, and I first came aboard, I kind of started listening to some of the movement that was happening on the school board and thought that'd be an opportunity to use some of the experiences I've gained before and share with the MSA community. I thoroughly enjoyed my last year here at MSA, and I'm really looking forward to the school year beginning this year. A little bit about me, I've got 3 kids. Last week, all 3 of them, they're all in college. They all came home, and it wasn't a quarantine situation, so yeah, we're going through that this summer. I'm just really excited to be part of the community and to help in this capacity. I'm very excited. So.
Welcome, thank you, DJ. Ms. Ward?
I'm Teresa Ward. I've been a parent and a teacher at MSA since 2008. I have 2 students who graduated from MSA, one in 2013 and one in 2015. And I also live in the community, so I feel like I have MSA at my heart from all different directions, and I think that it's an exciting time to be part of the MSA board, so I'm looking forward to that.
Welcome.
I'm Wendell Slutton. I am the band and orchestra teacher here. I ran for the board initially because, as you can tell in my space, I am a person of inclusivity. And I feel that there is a major misrepresentation of that on the current board, so I'm planning to bring that to the table and to our district as we move forward with some of the great PLC options that are being brought forward this year, and as we move forward to make the school even better than what it is.
Welcome. Great, well, super excited. I often get a chance to, have a full board, and thank you so much for stepping up, everyone. If I could have the four folks maybe stand generally thereabouts, and then I'm going to read this. I'll have you sign this, and you'll be officially seated on the board. Yeah, sure. Yeah, here. I need this one. Yep. So I'm going to read through this just to make it official. So it's an honor that you are elected to guide the education of our community's children. As you recite the oath of office, you assume a tremendous responsibility as a director of Math and Science Academy with the duties empowered by the Minnesota Legislature. This power puts you and the other members of our board of directors in the position of being both morally and legally responsible for equitable, quality education of every student at the Math and Science Academy. In carrying out this responsibility, you will be asked to fulfill the roles of vision, structure, accountability, and advocacy. In providing vision, the board, with extensive participation of the community, envisions the community's educational future, and then formulates the goals, defines the outcomes, and sets the course for our public schools. To achieve the vision, the board of directors establishes a structure and creates an environment designed to ensure all students the opportunity to attain their maximum potential through the sound organizational framework. Because as a board of directors, we must be accountable to the community, we must ensure continuous assessment of the student achievement and all conditions affecting the education of our children. As members of the board of directors, we serve as education's key advocate on behalf of students and our community to advance the vision for our schools. Furthermore, we must strive to work together with the director and the staff to lead the Math and Science Academy toward fulfilling the vision we have created, fostering excellence for every student in the areas of academic skills and knowledge, citizenship, and personal development. So, by signing this document, I will accept the appointment to the Math and Science Academy Board of Director and hereby publicly affirm my commitment to the oath of office. And you will swear and affirm that you will support the Constitution of the United States and of this state, and that you will discharge faithfully the duties as a member of the Math and Science Academy's Board of Directors to the best of your judgment and ability. So please sign these, and I will do the same. I will keep the copies, and we will send you a copy. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Randy should like just hide this.
If you find this, then
And
email
answer
me.
quizzly, you get all this.
Mhm.
You should go to quiz.
Exactly.
Is everyone? Thank you. And I gotta get my phone back. So please, take a seat and welcome.
There's a little bit left. We have the
You know,
minutes, the pledge of allegiance policy.
Oh, yeah, right.
I still have one little name to that.
We're getting there though.
Like, so many because I know that you were very
yeah.
I will update, of course, the distribution list, and then we're gonna make sure you guys all get access to the board folder. Can you help with that one?
Yep.
And then I will update the distribution list, so you guys get the
And
future
we'll update
ones.
the website, their names too.
Yep, and we need, and then, yeah, so logistics, if you have a contact number that you're comfortable sharing. I have to be careful in public, but I use a Google Voice number just so that not everyone had my personal number if something goes wrong. So you could sign up for something like that if you don't want your personal phone number on a website. It's totally up to you, but sometimes people do like to contact on the phone, and then that way it's a little bit protected from getting your number out with the web crawlers that take people's phone numbers off, and then you get all more scam calls. So. And you will get if you don't already have an MSA email address, you will get an MSA email address. All right, and then I would, just the logistics, you guys have been on boards before, you understand, but please keep everything school-related with your MSA email. Don't enter back and forth. I know in the setup you might have used a personal email, but from now on, moving forward, everything should be on the school email to keep that separate, clean. Okay, very good. So welcome again. Next up is just the board recorder assignment remaining Ya Xiang. I do have it under decision, so I would like to make the motion that we continue to keep Ya Xiang as our board recorder. Can I get a second?
I will second.
Any discussion? Then all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 9-0. Much better. Next one up, I am asking for a board secretary assignment. And as a reminder, all you're doing, is you have an officer position, but we will be asking the secretary to approve the minutes drafted by Ya. So it's not that you need to take notes, but would anybody who's not currently have an officer position be willing to put their name
Can
forward?
I add something?
Yes?
Because special meetings or closed meetings are not by EA.
Okay, fair
They're by
point.
the secretary.
Yeah,
There's
that's,
a bunch of steps.
And there's a bunch of things, so.
so closed meetings we try to avoid, but we do have a few cases where we need to have closed meetings from time to time. There is a law in the state of Minnesota that there's only a few things that we can actually close a meeting for. And so those ones would be as needed.
Just wanted them to know, so.
Yep, good
And we'll
point.
get you the template for that. whoever
Yeah.
takes it.
Anyone? Want to put your name out? No secretary?
Look at the new people.
Trying to hide. Yeah.
So just to clarify the position.
DJ?
When it's for open meetings, it's just reassuring that what's in there is there.
Right.
And then closed meetings, you would actually have to physically take the votes.
If you look at your packet under the yellow section, I think there is
The rules.
a little bit in there. It does go over all the overview of all the different officer positions. You guys want to look that over? Looks like that might be helpful.
Yeah, and the nice part is I think there might say notes, but we have some that have it. So it's just because it is the secretary's role, just to ensure that those are correct.
Yeah, another way, the secretary is responsible for them, but they're not doing all the work, right? So.
Yeah, I can provide a little bit of coordination. I mean, I basically draft everything up, and then if there's any like specific names or maybe there might be some emails that were mailed out or specific language that you would need to follow up with. Otherwise, it's pretty much in there. And then you just review them. It's really, the motions are all there.
So, I mean, we're all responsible for the meeting minutes. We all have to read them. The procedure is typically emailed out Friday, and we have a meeting on Monday, so you've got a few days to read it. So we're all going to read them anyways, but it is kind of nice that some of the errors are caught, or the follow-ups are caught before the whole board reads it.
And I'll usually highlight anything that would need attention.
And to help you too, the one thing, to make sure we remain accurate is the one note to take is just on the vote. Especially if someone says no, then you might say, hey, I just need to confirm. Who was the person that said yes, no, or abstained?
And since it's recorded, it's easier to.
Yeah, nowadays,
Yeah.
So DJ, are you throwing your
Can we
hat up
see
there?
your hand up? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
I'm
thought I
sorry.
saw something.
It could have been a question.
No.
When are you
That-
interested?
That'd be fine. If that's a responsibility that needs to be filled, I would be honored, happy to take that on.
Before a vote, Wendell, are you interested, or?
Not at this time.
No, at this time.
I only saw the figure go up.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? I'd like to make a motion that DJ take the officer position of secretary for us. It's a one-year term, so it would be up until June again of next year.
Second.
Jeff seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Did you
Yeah.
want to abstain?
Yep.
No, I'll mumble, yes.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
vote for myself.
Okay, vote for yourself. All right, so 9-0. Great, thank you very much. Pledge of Allegiance is up next, so I guess we have a Pledge of Allegiance policy waiver is the current way it's written.
Correct. So if, do you want me just to make a motion?
Make a motion.
And then we'll discuss it? Okay, so I will make a motion to adopt the Pledge of Allegiance policy waiver.
I'll second.
Okay.
So
Discussion.
discussion, yep.
I think we should say the Pledge of Allegiance. I like America, we all live here. We haven't had to say the Pledge of Allegiance the whole time my son was in school. And I think it's time we make a change.
I think it's time to give deference to those who are not, perhaps, in allegiance with this country, whom we are responsible for educating that attend our school. We do have a large first-generation immigrant population here. Maybe our admin knows what citizenship and visa statuses are, but it's in this climate of our world right now, to ask a child who for themselves can't formulate consent to do that is a hard thing. They're still children, they're not adults. I can't ask a child to pledge or pray for something that they might not even understand or know what they're doing.
And to that point, I mean, it does go into the use of the word God and what defines God. And so therefore we need to be conscious of that when it comes to an equity lens. Do we force our student population to sit here and listen to others do this, or do we give them the freedom to, like, I think Cody said earlier, they had a group of kids that would go out to the flagpole every morning and do that. That is their right to do that. So therefore, I think keeping that eye of equity, I think we need to stick with the waiver.
I also thought about that because I also am an American and proud to be one, but I did think about our students who are not from this country originally and don't really understand, especially I work with the English learners, and I'm not sure the newer ones would understand exactly what we're saying or doing. And so I did wonder how that would affect them pledging to something. The word pledge, I would have to explain that. What is a pledge? And I did think about that.
I also think giving the students the option, for the students that then choose to use that option, gives them more power.
They are children. And it's not that they're not proud Americans. It's just that what should we impose on that child? Especially when they're in a transition to this country. Is that our obligation to impose that on them? It is not.
Although in this decision, we do want to recognize that we're not necessarily choosing that they do it or don't. It's what is the default. The default is whether we would observe it, or the default would be you get to make the choice.
I will respectfully say that those children will likely not be explained that in a way that they can understand. They will follow the mass and they will follow their teacher. And that's a dangerous thing, right? That precedence that has been prevalent at this school in some ways, sometimes. Why would we, the one thing that the school, not one thing, it's always been the right thing, I feel.
It's always been a what,
waiver.
sorry?
It's always been the right thing to waive this. So, in an era where we should be cautious.
And I think if we're, I think citizenship, is that still part of the curriculum? It was like 8th grade social studies when I was a student. That's a good time, then they'll actually learn the meaning behind it and then can make that choice for themselves. Or if they need to learn more, then they know they need to learn more.
Oh yeah, I think those things take a lifetime. Depends on the individual, right? We're all different.
So I grew up saying the pledge. I enjoyed it. I guess it just felt like part of the routine. But at the same time, I also like the option that we're giving, the students a little bit here, where we're saying we're not going to force you to say one thing or another. So I kind of like, when I first joined the board, I was kind of up against this one, but I think we're not saying no, but we're not saying you must. So I feel like that's a fair balance for a school to take. This is where I'm kind of at, but I like it. For me personally, I would have no problem if my kids said it, but that's not what I'm here to do. I'm here for the school, and as a school board, I have to decide what's the best for the school and the students. So that's kind of where I'm heading out.
And I agree with Dan. I mean, I've been in education 30 years. It's my 30th year, and I've been there when, through it all, when we did, and then to now where, it's more of an optional thing, and I can see the equity piece of that, so.
And we're raising global citizens, I hope.
Further discussion?
So just to be accurate, neither decision is a must to do anything. You always have the option to do whatever we happen to vote or for or against. Just want to be careful that we're not voting to say one or the other.
I believe that in the policy, if we don't waive the policy, it does say students can opt out of it.
But it still has to be said, and therefore it's being impeded upon the students that choose not to.
Yeah.
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
Good discussion. Thanks for all the opinions. So the motion on the floor is to do the waivers. So all those in favor of a waiver, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed
No?
and abstain. So passes 8-1 with Jennifer Bartle on the no. Thank you. Good discussion.
We can talk about this, this is the training, right?
Yeah, we did. So we have, really we've already kind of approved the Paula Forbes, the spending, if you will. So now it's just more of the dates. So just so everyone's aware as well, those at home. So the staff will be trained on the 30th, where we also have a kind of invite that the board can sit in from the 9 till 12 on August 30th. And then we have this additional, the board 2-hour training where we could do our workshops. During the workshop, we decided that we're going to try, and for the new board members, we're going to try to do this over workshop sessions so that we don't kind of take an extra time. So we're going to do 2 one-hour sessions. We also have a data privacy that is also very important for you guys to understand how we manage information. So we'll bring in an external speaker for that one, and I think there's about 3 hours worth of stuff. We just need to figure out what's the best schedule.
Yeah, first 3 months of that.
Yeah,
We're
so
planned.
the next workshops are kind of planned out. Yeah, I think so. So I am going to make a motion that we, approve these dates and that plan as we've written here. So I'll make a motion to approve the training as written.
I will second.
Maggie seconds. Any other discussion? Concerns, comments? Okay. And all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Great. 9-0, so we've got a plan for our first initial training. Election policies, 201.1. So we had some revisions. This was read, I think, the first time last month. And normally we would have a reading under discussion, and then we'd have approval. So
All the red line, or that's actually blue, but all the changes are in here or striked out, so any changes, so I don't know if you guys can see it. It's not here. Kind of.
I'm sorry, is that something I can reference to here, or?
great question.
You know what, it is in those packets.
Yeah, let's hand out one of those.
Yeah, it's,
Look up, DJ, do you need them?
maybe you and Teresa can share or something. If you guys want. I think it's probably towards the back. It's like one of the last things.
So this is again the first reading now again because we changed it. Is that true?
It is. Yeah,
So,
we made some changes,
so
that's
we
right, yes.
went through it in
Yeah,
July, and there was an issue with Roman numeral 4,
Yeah.
and so Randy and I worked on that
Excuse me.
a week or two ago,
All right.
just to clean up the concerns people had on Roman numeral 4. And this is where we ended up. So really the only change from last time, and I know for 4 of you that doesn't mean anything, is Roman numeral 4.
And really what we did is we took the word campaigning out, because it has a whole different, kind of when you start thinking campaigning, it's like, oh, I'm running for election, they put lawn signs up. No, we changed it to messaging, so it's consistent for all candidates who are running, and what we would do here. So we took the word campaign out, made it messaging, so it doesn't have that connotation of, you know, money being spent for campaigns.
So are we looking just for additional feedback then?
So that's the only
Or
thing
if
that
people are ready
changed,
to
so this would
vote.
be the, well, but, yeah, so this will be the first reading, it will appear again in September, because that would be the second reading.
It was an additional change, if the board wants to
'Cause it's a
consider
policy.
that. We just changed 4,
Well,
everything else is the same.
I guess the question that we were just talking about, do we want to add a statement that, a clarification on if a candidate can't make it to their seating, what happens? Or do we want to put that in the bylaws?
I think that belongs in the bylaws, not in the policy. Because the policy is more about the election itself and not so much those little nuances that
Right.
have happened,
'Cause that
which would be in the bylaws.
Because the bylaws supersede the policy.
Would it also say in the bylaws how that message is distributed, whether it's from that individual or does it have to come from administration?
So it doesn't matter who the person is, anything additional needs to be submitted to admin for approval and distribution, so it would be a fair thing for every candidate regardless of where that candidate is coming from.
Also parents?
Yep, parents,
Parents,
community,
community.
teacher.
Okay.
Would, and anything additional, because then it's reaching the same amount of people,
Yeah.
not just, because that was the concern with teachers, is that, well then, that teacher would hit just a specific number, it's not the whole school. This way it would be the whole, all stakeholders evenly. So that was the point.
And that's why I'm asking, does it have to be in the bylaw that states that admin sends out that message versus?
No, that would be a bylaw, that would be in the policy.
Yeah.
The bylaw would be the membership piece and how
Yeah.
members are elected or not elected in that whole process.
So just so I'm clear, so a candidate's additional statement, an elected candidate's additional statement is going to get submitted to admin?
For approval and distribution. So that they aren't, the concern, what, we've never had this in here.
Yeah.
And so, we added what we called campaigning, and that was, Ms. Dodge, were you there?
Yeah, I was there for that one.
Yeah, anyway, a bunch of us were working on the policy.
Right.
And so it was to make it clear if anybody wanted to do this and just to make it fair, if they did. And it's an option, it's not a requirement.
Yeah, no, my only, the only thing I wanted to get out there is that we're saying administration for approval on
Yep.
the election.
Because, so that they could, so that they would be the ones to send it out.
Right, it's just to make sure it's not.
Right, they have to, so,
Oh, okay.
so director would have to approve the statement. So if admin doesn't approve their statement, Dr. Hinton or Mr. Beach, you could withhold that statement.
The
We'd
issue
probably
is,
send it
I don't know
back
if
for
you want-
just, I mean, if there's something in there that wasn't, you know what I mean, that shouldn't be communicated out, we would send it back then just to fix, so we can, so everybody has equal, just to make sure it's.
I'll just voice my
Yeah.
concern of putting that on admin, that approval word on an election item.
Well, I mean, I think what you're getting at is, I mean,
Yeah.
it's a board election,
Right.
and it's not a responsibility, or maybe it would be considered a conflict for administration to make the decision. I think administration should certainly send it out. You have the ability to do that, but we have to be careful because some of the decisions you make, although you may see as fair, might in fact influence certain things that we can't anticipate, and that might be kind of touchy, so maybe it's the board that should be reviewing the
Maybe-
content.
Maybe it'll be approved by board members who are not running.
Certainly.
We just wanted to avoid, and our thought behind it was, we were just thinking mudslinging. Like, we just wanted to make sure there was no, but I understand your concern.
Unless, it would be one or the other.
Well, I mean, it should just be like any other board matter, right? The board just approves it and distributes it.
Then it would have to be ready before the board meeting prior to the election, but that's okay.
Or MSA, maybe.
Someone has to
something
approve it,
using
but yeah, I just making sure it's.
Distribution by MSA,
Right. Okay.
but you take the approval off of admin when it's clearly an election issue that should stay within the purview of the board.
But I want it at least reviewed by someone else.
So maybe for review,
Or for board approval and admin
for
distribution.
board review, board
Yeah,
approval?
Board review.
Board review?
Admin just,
Yeah,
But
admin
if it's
distribution.
board of review, it has to be, that implies like a board meeting and then like the election.
It would have to be in, so the election committee will set the timeline. If they're going to submit one, it has to be by a specific time, once the election committee convenes. What?
Could it be approval of the election committee?
Because they can't be running.
Right, because the election committee isn't running,
Has to
the
have a
election
board.
committee,
No, the
the
election committee
election,
cannot approve.
Yeah, the election,
if the election committee is a
if the-
committee of the board,
Yeah, you can't be on the election committee running, so.
No, they could not, because their role is advisory. I know, it's so, it's like
I just wanna check
everything,
on this,
I know, everything
makes
just
it
feels
quicker.
like it has to percolate here, right? But it
So
kind of
should
does.
no additional messaging?
well, so what do you mean by additional messaging? Because right now we have
the bio,
the,
the.
well, I mean, we have a
Like a
profile
profile.
that
Yeah.
includes actually a
Yeah.
nice statement. I'm okay with
Yeah.
that, right? The
Yeah.
one-page
Yeah, so we
statement.
can just take out
Is
the
that
additional
considered the
mechanisms.
profile? If it is, then I'm good with it. We're at a nice place.
Question, if we then take that out, does that the next month make a new first reading or? Or is the point of the first reading to make tweaks for the second reading?
Well, we can make those changes and then next month you can vote on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we make a tweak,
this is-
it's,
We
then
just
it's
take out the
still
additional.
counts.
So if we take out
Just take it
Roman
out,
numeral
nobody-
4 and bump
Right.
everything back up.
Nobody
Yeah.
can do additional messaging.
Right,
That's fine.
just take out 4.
It-
Right.
That generally.
Well, but that doesn't mean, and if it's not in there, that doesn't mean they can't.
No, I thought we're saying there is no additional, or
So,
you're saying take it out.
so leave 4 as no additional,
There's no additional
there is no
messaging.
additional messaging.
Right, just the bio.
I don't think you need to take up the space for that.
Because
Well, but if
then-
it's not in there, you
that's
can
what
do
we had
it. That
before.
was what we, it wasn't in there before, and so that's
People did
why we
additional
were asked
messaging.
to add it
Because people take it upon themselves.
in May, and then, and I understand your concern. So, I mean, then the wording should be there, no additional messaging.
Beyond the original profile, whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
That
additional
sounds good.
messaging
Okay.
should be distributed.
One
Okay.
line.
Yeah.
And bring
okay.
it back, we're not under any rush, so we'll bring it back next month.
We have till, what, April?
Yeah.
Well, no, the
Well, no,
committee starts in February.
We have until
Still,
February.
Still, we got
Yeah, we'll
that.
get it done next month. Okay.
Are we okay to do that
Probably
then?
January, because it needs,
Okay.
yeah.
Then we just
So
want
we're
a
good.
consistent, so, okay. That works.
Another question, Roman numeral 1, it says the election takes place according to approved timeline and marketing plan. What was the marketing plan?
Where are you?
Roman numeral.
Oh, Roman numeral 1, or it's I.
Or I.
It's
pardon
letter
me.
I.
Letter I. It says the election takes place according to approved timeline, obviously, and marketing plan. Well, do we have a marketing plan?
I think the intent was that was also set up by,
Was that something that?
I don't even see it.
Just
I,
timeline-
letter I,
timeline is
page
fine.
2.
Yeah,
We
timeline is
just take
fine,
out the
or
marketing-
to,
just take out
you
marketing
know,
plan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll just delete marketing.
So I
plan.
make sure
I
it
think there's
wasn't
one.
missing
Yeah.
your, a plan.
Okay.
Haven't been doing.
like the template talks about sending out materials.
Oh, okay.
That's the marketing.
Oh, and maybe more so when it was mailing as
Mm.
opposed to
We used to mail,
electronic.
That's right.
Because then there would have had to been budgeting for that with postage and envelopes.
So so that talks about soliciting candidates, is that where we're at? Sorry.
No, it'd be voting on.
Letter I, page 2. It's blue, or I guess for yours it's probably underlined.
I mean, it's really takes place, approved timeline and, what, procedure or timeline is enough to just say?
That's enough, I think.
Enough?
I guess there'll be a timeline that comes out of the election committee.
Right.
Okay, so let's try that.
Their timeline talks about when we're sending out.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, when you put in your note that you want to run, all that stuff, yeah.
There's not two different plans. That's
Yeah.
your point, yeah.
Okay, good. So the one other issue I kind of mentioned on the side, but I've thought about it a little more, having now read this, is, we've used electronic balloting for like a year or two prior to COVID. We did because of COVID. Early on, when we instituted the plan, we actually had fewer people voting. I don't know what the numbers are now, if they've kind of gone back up. So now that, it was really an issue about educating everyone, that now it's electronic. But for the very same reason, we've had conversations about being careful on what we put electronic, similar to learning and whatnot, might it not apply here? Because can we assume that everyone's going to have a computer at home or a phone that they can vote and find it easy to check out the voting process procedures and whatnot? Can we assume that? Or should we remain consistent and go, oh man, maybe we should have an option, which we didn't like, by the way, because it's very expensive and time consuming, do paper ballots and mailing.
Because when we sent out paper ballots, we sent an envelope
Yes.
with a stamp.
Yep.
And
But it
we
was
paid
the
for
time
postage.
too. It would take
Hours.
one person a day to collate the materials and send it out.
Well, okay, so I would say for the computer access, all the students have MSA issued laptops. So that part of it.
Yeah, but parents aren't gonna use their kid's laptop to check MSA emails. I mean, we gotta be careful about that. We had that discussion too when we were issuing computers and the whole conversation about access. And, there's some parents that don't have a computer because they use the one they have at work.
And, well, having worked at a school that was 100% free and reduced, 98% diverse, every parent had a smartphone. I mean, they may not
times
have
have
a
changed,
computer,
yeah.
but they've had a smartphone. And what Maggie and I were also talking about is we can have some computers set up at school, and if we say, hey, if you don't have access to a computer, please come in and you can use one, and we'll have it available when they drop off, when they pick up, so they can come in and vote during that time frame.
Yeah, but they won't know that because they don't have a computer to see that
Well,
notice.
if we somehow notify them,
Yeah.
right?
That's a
We
good
could-
idea.
I mean, that's
And we
how
could
things
send a note
happen,
home
right? Yeah.
with the student, right?
Maybe what we're talking about is to continue to increase voters, is that maybe one of our communications, at least just maybe one, should be by mail. It might not be the actual ballot, it should be the statement, yeah.
You could do a robocall.
I also believe
Oh,
too in the bylaws.
I don't
it
listen to
states-
those.
Election. Well,
In the
but
bylaws,
at some
doesn't
point,
it
if you don't
state-
listen and you don't read, then you kind of opt it out.
I know.
That's true, or in a text message. and
I
all
think in
sorts
the
of-
bylaws it states that if you host an electronic election, you have to provide hard ballots, paper ballots at the office for people to come in and vote. I believe in the bylaws it states that.
So then it's just letting people know that they have that
Yeah,
option.
There's an option.
That's
I'm
market.
Yeah, no, exactly.
And
I
that
mean, I
might be
agree with
easier to
that.
tally
The options
fewer
always
than a
be
lot.
better.
So I don't think we want to go back to the days of counting and the postage, right? I mean, the postage
I'm not
is-
suggesting that.
No, no.
Okay, that's why we
But
have this
somewhere in
conversation.
Good
between
point to
I
discuss.
love
That's
that.
his
equity.
point, that
That's
things should
equity.
be mailed out, so at least a hard copy.
Because the cost was, we had a postage for the first mailing.
I think he's talking about the statements.
And then we had to include an envelope with a stamp, so we were double paying for postage.
And
So,
not all of them come back.
No.
and, no.
Not
Could
everyone
we-
votes.
Well, and
Just
once it's on the envelope, you can't like take the stamp off.
No,
No, can't
be.
but you've spent the money on the postage.
Yeah.
You could put a different mailing address on it. so
Can we
use that
get
same
those
address.
numbers? Like, does somebody know? I don't know, Randy, if Justin would know the numbers of how many people voted before? Because it's easy for us to.
He does
tell
know.
electronic.
We've
Oh,
had
yeah.
the conversation, and that is part of his tally.
Gone down, and I remember it went down, but then part of it was because people didn't remember their Skyward password, so then we tried to help with that.
And we helped with that, so
Yeah.
I think it has
came
creeped
back up,
Yes.
but maybe not to the same level of paper.
We can get back to better.
But that is a concern, because our student body has grown, and we've actually plateaued in voting, you know, so.
Yeah.
And some of this can be discussed, I think, when the election committee actually
That- True.
in January start, or
I think
February.
there's an
start.
issue most
Yeah.
schools have
Yeah,
is
good point.
voting.
So, anyway,
Yeah.
Any
any
other
thought to consider?
comments, concerns for this one? Otherwise, it'll come back next month, tweaked a little bit. Maggie, you have that one together with Randy? Thank you. Okay, good. So I'm going to move us to future board items, which we've already agreed is data privacy. Now that we have a full board seated, we'll take that one, depending on what Paula says in terms of dates that work for her. Pluses and minuses, so what worked well, what didn't tonight?
It worked well, now we have a full board.
I think the locked door was an issue. I
Yeah.
don't know what happened there.
Also, just making sure that we have the location of the meeting,
Yeah.
not in the agenda, but maybe on the website and the calendar, so, I mean, because it used to be in A, now it's, we're even confused ourselves, we had some in the first floor, some in third. I just think if it's also in the, on the calendar itself, the location,
Okay.
just to make it more visible,
Yeah.
and maybe something on the door.
Is this room
or something,
okay? And Wendell, you may be biased, but conflict of interest. But I
As
mean,
long as I don't have to put the tables up.
Yeah, but you're biased against.
No, I mean, it's practice for the kids to put their chairs up at the end of the day, so if we need to, yeah.
because we were in A for so long, but now I understand they're doing some construction or change the room configuration, right? So then we tried here, and we also tried the first floor, but is this room okay for you guys, or do you want to?
I feel like there's more space, which is nice.
The one thing that might be nice is the first floor might be more inviting for the public than coming up to the
Three
third.
steps.
No, we were on the second floor last month, and I think, isn't there a wall in the middle of that room now?
Yes.
There is.
So that's why.
We have no options.
We could, yeah, this room, there's
This,
room for.
this,
for-
the gym or the great hall, I think would be the three big rooms we have now.
Not
Acoustics
with
are better.
activities.
Yeah,
Right.
Not with activities.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
and
This
acoustics,
is gonna be the best option.
acoustics are.
And it's nice because we have enough room for parent guests.
Yeah.
I think it's, or community guests or whoever comes, we have more room here.
Yeah.
So can you hear in the back, because when we ran the fans, the one time it was really warm?
Yeah, no, we can hear. It's really hard to hear online.
Okay.
It's like very hard. And, can we go back to having an email about the upcoming meeting with a link,
What's coming up ahead of time?
and with an agenda?
Oh, that's a
like
good idea.
that?
Yeah.
Because I feel like it's not inviting.
Yep.
People
Okay,
don't know
no.
about it, even to watch it online.
Yep. That's great.
Maybe after the board, the agenda's approved, sent to the board, then we can send it out to parents.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
do we want
That's a
to
good
do it
idea.
or not?
Yeah. Why? I mean, why not? I think we
Well,
did
when
do.
we get the agenda.
We
We
did
used
do
to,
that.
like, when
Okay.
Annie was doing it, there would always be like a.
Yeah. What's coming up?
It was,
Okay.
and it's really hard to navigate on
Yeah.
the website.
Since they're sending it to the board, we'll send it.
Good idea.
I do appreciate the links are in the agenda when it comes out early now, because that means we have a weekend to look at it and ask questions or come up with something if we want to address the board for
Yeah.
the open forum versus 3:30 on a Monday, and that was hit or miss. Now you had an hour and a half to hurry up, try and scramble through all those pages and put
We're
something
getting
together.
better with the package.
So I do
Yeah.
really appreciate that. I do find this room, and I'm with Leanne, I have a hearing loss, a substantial one, and I find it very difficult to hear in this room. I found it much easier to hear over in Building A when we were in Annie's room.
I think it needs to be agenda to address ADA compliant meetings.
Yes.
These are public forum meetings. I mean, visually, you can't read the smart board, there's no closed caption. When you're watching at home, it's just time to enter that.
Well, and that's a good reminder, because we've had that conversation about our website being ADA compliant. And like pre-COVID, Justin had time to work on it. I think the past 2 years, he's been different directions. Now it's time to go back and make sure
Yes.
the
Voice
corrections
over.
we made in the website, actually now everything is followed.
And a microphone perhaps so that it
Yeah.
projects.
or-
And obviously the place that we hold the meeting needs to be accessible, so the elevator needs to work.
Good
There's
feedback.
still two large rooms in Building A, Russ's room and the chemistry room, which isn't Annie's anymore, but those are still big rooms. The room which was formerly known as 10, which is now room 11, which is where we had been meeting prior. That room is still a decent size, it's about the same size as the room on first floor now. The thing that's nice about the room on first floor in this building is, in the event that a door becomes locked when we didn't expect it to be or whatever, we have a chance of being able to notice that those people are out there and can get them in. When we're set back either upstairs or in the back of like Building A, there's no way, I mean, unless they're, unless they know someone's number to text them, then you would know if a door happens to be locked or, something, because sometimes it's either on a timer or there's something
Yeah.
propping the door open, neither of which are necessarily great, but.
So 101, is what you're saying?
I think 101 might be, if we can fit everybody in there now, I mean, it's
Is that-
we might not have
is that
this
where we had the-
set up in there.
Meeting on
See,
the
I said, look and see
Yeah.
what it looks like now. I set it up for our board. Let's see if you think it looks okay.
I think one of the science rooms in Building A might be better than.
I mean, they're bigger, they're big.
To assist with the ADA compliancy, I know Stephanie has on her wish list for the year to get area mics for the choir.
Okay.
So maybe if we can purchase one more to have,
Yeah.
That would be good. Yeah.
yeah.
Or vice versa.
Okay.
I like that.
Yeah.
Good idea. I believe
Make it
this
easier for
this
those
str-
viewing at home too.
Yep.
streaming should be here to stay. I think people can watch it. I think it's a record keeper, if you will, that's just passive. So whatever we can do to make it more easy to follow along remotely, why not? Anything else? Good feedback, everyone. So thanks for your time tonight. I'm gonna make a motion to close the meeting at 9:04 PM.
Oh, second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
I-
Opposed, abstained, motion passes 9-0. Thanks, everyone. Thank you for watching.